Leslie Ann Collins, can we get that put in the
I
notes,
approve the
please?
meeting, I approve the agenda, I approve this, and done.
All right, now that Shane's woke up, I'll call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Not seeing any. Shane's moving the agenda.
Yep.
Vote. Nope, she's going to tell us. That's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Richard's moving them. Anybody catch anything wrong? Everything's good with them? Vote. Carried? Okay. 3.1, Tarlin.
4.1?
Oh, sorry, 4.1.
Sorry. Bylaw 2022, 22 land use amendment for the southeast of 911-7 west the 4th. It is recommended motion that council moves first reading of bylaw 2022-22, and it's in regards to a reclassification from Ag District 2, A2, to Country Residential CR2.
Okay. Dustin's moving first reading. Any questions? Vote. Carried. 4.2, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you for council's consideration is a borrowing bylaw for an operating line of credit. So as you guys are aware, our investment portfolio is assertive. The funds that we have is put into bonds, and we do not have investments like that or GICs that you can liquidate at any time. When a bond is purchased, it's purchased at a discount. However, and we can pull them if the value is higher than what the discount is. Currently, right now with the market is lower than the discount. So to pull investments, which we do, we would endure a tremendous penalty. Okay, is everybody? And the reason why we do that, why do we have an assertive investment portfolio? It is because the funds, the interest that's earned, offsets operating costs and decreases the mill rate at 7%. Okay, any questions on that? So currently right now, we cannot pull any investments in 2023 because of the way the market situation is. Also, too, MSI funding, the province is in a similar situation as us because it takes 7 months right now for them to forward, 6 to 7 months for them to forward the funds to us. So they're in a similar situation as well. So we're asking for your consideration to approve a borrowing bylaw. It expires at the end of 23. This is common practice for municipalities, in particular when the school requisition of $4 million is due. It's due every quarter, and our first one is at the end of March.
Does anybody have any questions on it? It's pretty basic. We just can't cash those in at this moment. Like Travis sits down with me every month just about and goes through everything for the next 10 years, and it's just the way the market fell this time that we can't touch it. So,
But we haven't lost money because we wait till maturity.
yeah. Question?
So basically, we're just setting up a line of credit for a few months to get us through March, April.
Till June,
May.
till when taxes come in. Yep.
Yeah, and then that's what I read that over quite a few times to figure it
Exactly.
out. And then we'll pay it kind of down in June once we get the,
We'll pay a rate off in June to be done with it.
okay, that's perfect.
Dustin?
So is that something that'll get taken out after, or are we just going to keep that indefinitely? And does it affect our capital borrowing?
So the bylaw expires at the end of 23, and it's a yearly one. So it will, if we have to dip into the line of credit, then it'll be paid off as soon as we get the taxes in June, and then it's not utilized and it expires. So in '24, if council wish to have a line of credit, we need to bring that bylaw back.
So it will affect our line of credit for this year, but after this year, if we don't use it, it won't. And we're allowed for 40 million to borrow. And this is only 10 is what we're taking, right? Shane?
Yeah, but we could be in the same situation next November 1st too, couldn't we?
Possibly.
And then would it come back to council again, or because it's a year?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's just a
It'll
year.
So, yeah, so it comes back yearly. So it expires at the end of '23.
End of '23,
Yep.
so then you wouldn't have to come back November 1st.
Yeah,
because
you would have to
expired
come
December
back for, yeah, so the fiscal year will be done at the end of '23. And then if we wanted to extend it, we would bring it, because we'd bring it back November just like this to have it implemented.
Okay,
For 24.
24, okay.
We should be able to work things though properly, that we won't do investments to tie stuff up, so we don't have to do that. It's just everything's tied up right now.
And if council wishes to change the methodology, instead of putting into an assertive investment portfolio and hold them off, that'll be something that in August, when those funds are invested, if council wishes to do something different, but then the repercussions of that is that the investment, the earnings from it will not be as great, and that it won't be able to subsidize operating as much as it does.
Which I don't think we need to look at that. All we need to look at is how much we put in at that time so that we don't suit ourselves for March, that's all.
And that's particularly when you have to pay your school rec, that's the tough part. When you're paying the school rec before you collect anything,
Yeah.
that's the tough part. That's $4 million that we have to forward
Yeah.
before we get any of those funds.
I don't
It is what it is. That's,
think we realize that, like we say we collect every year, but we're paying on it every quarter, so we're prepaying the school tax every year. Any other questions on it, or is everybody good with it?
I got one more.
Go ahead.
I think it was in here when I was reading, but I'm not sure. So is there a program or something that we're trying to set up to get guys to pay the taxes earlier? Or what was that about?
yeah, tip. Yeah. So we encourage people, if they possibly can, to go on the tip program. So they start January, so it's 12 installments. And that helps with cash flow for us as well. We have a couple gas companies that do that. So recently we sent out 1,600 letters, give or take, to our ratepayers to see if they would be interested in doing that. And so what happens is that, so you're on the TIP program, so in the end of June, when taxes are due, you still have 6 months that you haven't paid for, but you're not penalized because the installments continue on, as per the bylaw.
Actually works good for businesses. Like mine's like $15,000 a year over there, so it just comes out monthly and you don't get that big hit at one time.
Yeah, the panic that all of a sudden it's the middle of June and oh my goodness, it's,
Or you forget about it.
Or your investments go down and you get them by hanging on to them.
No, somebody want to make a motion? Lloyd, Lloyd threw his hand up. Lloyd likes to spend money, so we'll let him.
oh jeez.
Oh, the old guy down there. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to do, oh, that's his first reading, isn't it? First reading.
First reading, correct.
Everybody understands what the first reading is? Vote. Oh, you got his back? Nothing went green. Tara Lynn gets a vote. There we go. That's carried. Second, Richard's moving second. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. Keith is moving to have third, unanimous. Vote. It's carried. That was unanimous, right? Blaine's moving third. Vote. Carried.
Don't spend it all in one place.
5.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you on page 31 is the October 22 capital update. For your information, it starts on page 31 and goes to page 36. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Michelle's going to move those. Do you have any questions, Michelle? Okay, floor is open. Anybody have any questions? I went through it all. It looks pretty usual. Not seeing any? Vote. Carried. 6, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the CAO report. The recommended motion is that council approves the CAO report as presented, and it starts on page 37.
Thank you. Dustin's going to move CAO report. Any questions on it? Blaine?
Just have a couple of questions for Public Works, just checking on what the status of the Grayburn Road is, because that turned into quite a mess after the snowstorm we had there.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So after the snowstorm, there was a semi that got stuck. I'm just giving everybody an overview of what happened. And then there was the use of some tractors on the road, and it really, the road took some beating. And so since then, they've been moving the material back and forth, letting it dry out. And then they brought in some steel drum packer and a sheep foot packer and been applying more and more gravel. And then they had compaction testing completed yesterday.
So the width and everything was, because I had a few residents or ratepayers from there that was concerned about the width and the slope of it. They were worried that trucks passing each other would have issues.
Yeah, the width is 8.3 meters, so it's slightly over what our standard is of 8 meters. So, yeah, and that's they do whenever you see a new road with with the slope and stuff, and without a grass line, it kind of gives people a little bit of deceiving. But yeah, it is our standard road width.
And the side slopes are 4-to-1?
In most cases, when you go through that big coulee, it might be 3-to-1 in a few areas, but yeah, it's and that was some of the issues. There's so much material moved. So on both sides, we actually took the coulee down to reduce the grade. So there was lots and lots of material moved there.
Well, and I was just going to say to satisfy residents that travel that road, had that storm come a month later, that would have been compacted a little bit better and probably would have stood up just a little bit better. So, if I'm right.
Yeah. Jeffrey?
Thank you. This isn't related to this topic, so once everybody else has had their kick at this particular topic, I would like to add one more piece of information from the Municipal Services Report.
Okay. I got Michelle. Are you still on this topic or something different?
Public Works, but different topic.
Okay, Michelle.
Completely different. If he's still with Public Works, he can go first.
Okay.
Yes, a couple things. I want to give a hats off to our Public Works, the oiling crew. I did go down the Eagle Butte a couple of times on the weekend, and that oil and patches have improved substantially. Looks really good, really good. Now for the negative. The old Trans-Canada Highway with Acon paving, there, it's quite, just so the rest of the staff knows, it's very rough and it doesn't look very good. There's a lot of patches. It's very rough. And with talking with Public Works yesterday, they are on top of it. They do have meetings set up, and yeah, it's quite disappointing. I've had quite a few ratepayers complain about it already. Even my wife complained with her brand new vehicle and said, boy, is that new piece of pavement really rough. And it shouldn't be. And what worries me is, and I'll bring it up, they used a little, what we called back in the day, the little approach packer. It was just used for approaches. That was their finishing roller on that pavement on a major truck route with a lot of heavy trucks. Because we got White Fox, we got Steep Energy there. We got a lot of big truck traffic. We got El Dorado Farms uses it lots with hauling their vegetables. Goes to the dump, and they were using a little rollers. But I understand with talking with Public Works, they're on top of it, but just thought I'd let the rest of the council know that it's not a very nice piece of work. And that's it, but good repair jobs there.
Yeah, through the chair. I can't really comment on a lot of it because we have meetings scheduled and there's holdbacks and penalties that'll be applied, so.
I have a question about the peace officer taking the dogs to a park. When we have a lot of cats in Schuler running around there, and when people go and take them to a park, unless you tell them it's from the city, they won't take them. So my question is how does she get them in there?
Well, yeah, Cypress County has a contractual agreement with a park that any of the animals, specifically it's just dogs because we're not taking cats in, but any dogs that are picked up as an enforcement are taken to a park, and Cypress County also, as part of that agreement, provides a park with funding each year towards their operations as well. So it's an agreement we have with them.
Okay, thank you. It's for dogs. That makes the difference. It's just between dogs and cats, because I know that I know several of the ratepayers out there have tried to take cats there, and unless they tell them they found them in the Walmart parking lot, they do not take them.
Another thing, just to further that, so the individual, the cat task force that we had, they were going to do some of the hamlets, but due to unforeseen circumstances, were unable to do that task for us. So hopefully they will be able to, in 23, be able to do it. Because they did an incredible job in the hamlets they went to.
Yes, thank you. Just because this is timely and topical, just in addition to the municipal services report under emergency and protective services, in conversations with the emergency services coordinator this morning, the fire ban is going to be removed tomorrow, November 2nd at noon hour. So that means in anticipation of the snow and the rain and the colder temperatures that we're about to experience, that means that people can now start applying for basically to get their burn permits to burn their branches or their whatever they want to burn. And and conditions are favorable for it. So I just wanted to inform council that in case you get asked by the public.
Thank you. Blaine, you had another question?
Yeah, just I guess I had one more concern about, so the gravel hauling that we were doing from up to Schuler on the 21, had a ratepayer concerned about the amount of trips going past her road with, and she's got one of the dust patches, concerned about it getting beat up. I just wonder if it's aware that somebody's going to make sure they're checking on it after we're done there, and if we are done there.
Yeah, we were all done hauling out of the Hatton pit. So for the rest of the council, the Hatton pit's located in Saskatchewan. So we have one pit that's located in Saskatchewan, and that that services that area, and we're done hauling out of there, and we're moving to a little bit closer to home, and that's how we start. We go with our long distances, and then when it gets this time of year, then we start coming a little bit closer to Dunmore.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for this person, so.
And we will, and then all our haul routes, we do a evaluation in the winter to look at the dust patches and stuff for the next year's program.
Shane?
I see, are these still crushing up in, or is that still ongoing?
Yeah, they're still trying their hand at crushing there. So it's been a long battle. They've went through 3 different sets of staff. So it's we've had to increase their quality control just due to the amount of changeover just on our own protection. But yeah, they've had some challenges, but.
Hey, any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. I got a motion from Dustin for the CAO report. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we're on to Reeve and council reports. The only thing I have to add to mine is Sunday went to meet with Danielle Smith at the lodge. And comment I have on that, I was very proud to be the Reeve, to have all of my counselors show up with suit jackets on and looking professional as the ladies did. Compared to other councils that were there, we looked very professional. So I just wanted to let you guys know that was a very proud moment. And we showed respect for the Premier. But it was a good meeting. We didn't get a chance to really talk much there. Big Brother kind of took over a little bit, but that's all right. I've sent a letter off to Danielle in regards to what the meeting was about and some of the comments that I wanted to make on behalf of the county. So hopefully I'll get a chance to speak with her here in the next little bit. So, other than that, I guess we'll start at Keith. You wanted me to start that way. Oh, hold on, Keith. Starting with Dustin, because this is all about Blaine.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Keith.
I don't really have too much to report. Yielded a few calls over some roads that got beat up by the snowstorm, obviously, and attended the fire training conference, which our county is fairly heavily involved in. So it went quite well, was well attended, and that's about it.
Attended the meeting with Danielle Smith. We had one urgent regional landfill meeting, and one before that, 2 where rates were discussed, and we'll be discussing it more in closed camera landfill. And that's about it. I missed, due to commitments, I missed the Ag Service Board Southern Convention in Crow's Nest Pass, but I understand it was a good one, and that's about it.
I'll let you go, Blaine.
Can I go now?
I was going to jump over to Keith and make you last.
Well, I had a meeting, me and Richard both had a meeting at the Urban Library Board to discuss, or to have a strategic planning session for preparation of filing some grant applications, and I will let Richard. Yeah, I'll let Richard expand on that. Also took some calls with some concerns over the roads, which we discussed earlier. One more thing is me and Robin had talked this morning. He wasn't able to make it today. That we should maybe send a letter to the Minister of Transportation that they need to do something with the 515. Because it also is a heck of a mess with the snow and everything, and it's ongoing, and we have a lot of ratepayers that travel that road. So maybe there needs to be some communication with them that they need to address that.
So on Sunday, that was the only question we got to talk to the minister about, was the 41 and the 515. So she does have that on her, but we can do the next step.
So administratively, they're aware, but however, a letter from council would be wonderful to forward to the minister and CC to the premier in regards to, because they started the shoulder pulling and it's halfway done and it's a mess. So it needs to be addressed immediately. So, yeah, a motion of council to forward that to the Minister of Transportation and CC to the Premier and our MLAs would be awesome.
Okay, when do we want to do that?
You know what, might as well do it right now and then we don't forget.
Do you want me to make it?
Yep.
Okay. I would like to make a motion from the council to send a letter to the Minister of Transportation to look into the 515, I guess.
To remedy the issues on the 515.
Sure.
Yep.
Carolyn, I can think back, but what Darren was talking about, they did a tender on it, but it come in high. And now, you say they started shoulder pulling,
They started work on it, yep.
and
Yeah.
do we know what they're all doing to it?
Dustin?
So I actually had a conversation with Sid Seitz, the foreman from Volker, on the side of the highway the other day, and they were starting off with shoulder pulling, and they were going to actually end up rescaping it and redoing it to make it better. As far as I understood from him, they do have budget money to do it, so if they just didn't get it done, I'm guessing that's where we're at right now. Yeah, so, but this actually, they're working on it, it's supposed to be being improved here, or it was supposed to be done this month, last month, so obviously they just didn't get it done in time.
So if they're working on it, I mean, they're aware of it, they're working on it, they're bringing it up, the storm caught them at the bad time during construction. But if they're working on it, then it's being looked at. It's being the problem's being rectified.
So do you still want to do the letter or do you want to hold off?
Yeah.
If they're doing it, there's no reason to send a letter.
I wasn't aware of the letters, or I wasn't aware of that they were actually,
Yeah, they started it. Yeah. So you could send a letter in regards to thanking them for starting the process, but hopefully it is finished and there's a product that's in a reasonable time.
well, and right, because it seems to be, this has been ongoing for quite a few years now, so maybe they need to do a really proper job of it.
Huh? You haven't been doing nothing to it.
No, it hasn't been touched.
has been there for a number of years.
Yeah, but we've been after them for quite a while, but now they'll end up shutting down for winter. Once this storm hits and the cold weather, it's done till spring. They can't touch it. You can't shoulder pull and pack in water in cold. It's
Wow,
gonna
understandable.
sit that way till
Got some?
spring.
Yeah,
Councillor
So-
Rowan just communicated with me that he would like to see a letter sent.
okay.
He's texting while driving.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to send a letter to transportation on the 515. Any more questions on it? Vote. Are we good? Lloyd? There we go. Lloyd just woke up.
Yep, sorry.
Good? Carried. All right, finish the reports. Did you have any more of your report, or you're good?
Yeah.
Keith, we'll go over to you.
I'm gonna run out of time.
That's the plan.
Put your mic on.
Turn your mic on. please.
The only extra meeting I went to was the one with Danielle Smith. And I was just kind of sadly surprised about the lack of time we had to really get into some meaningful conversation around the table.
That is correct. Michelle?
I had a shortgrass meeting, couple of Cypress View meeting, and then we did a board appreciation meeting for Myrna yesterday, one of the ladies who's retiring. I too was at Danielle Smith, and I agree with Keith, and that I sat there with my hand up for, 15 minutes, and we didn't have the time for her to answer my question. So I was a little disappointed in that, but I agree with Dan that we all looked really good compared to some of the other people that were there. I also had a couple calls for a ratepayer for the work that's being done on Range Road 20. It's like an undeveloped road allowance, and they're just curious. They see all this big equipment out there and want to know how much money we're spending, and I've just been telling them, well, we're just kind of making it so the farmers can use it. So I don't know if I'm right or not, but that's what I've been telling them.
Falls into our policy on
Yeah.
what is out there.
Yeah. And I think that's about it.
Through the chair, I can give some insight to that. So there's a little bit more equipment than we've normally used on that because we've used, we're utilizing the RM500 to help with that road construction. That trail construction, because it helps bring up the rocks and so that's what we've been working on there. And one of the reasons why we're using it on the off week that the oiling crew is not there. It would just be sitting in our yard, so they're trying to utilize the equipment.
Sir Lloyd?
Well, I had the distinct honor of going with Shane to 2 landfill meetings and listening to Master. It was good. Attended the meeting with Danielle Smith. Again, they spent 17 minutes on the phone with one ratepayer from the town side of Elkwater, why we don't do the roads after the storm. And thanks to Leslie Ann, and they were concerned about the fire department and all that. And it was looked after, and I did check with Pius, and they had cleaned the yard out before. So everything is good there, but it just seems like it must be in the water. People just don't understand out there. Well, I'm sorry about, this storm, I'm going to get more calls about it. So, yeah. Other than that, it's been quite a few complaints. Terlin helped me out yesterday. Perfect was one. Got it solved in about 3 minutes. Other than that, it's been quiet.
Okay, this is not going to be quiet here.
You should almost have a washroom break. This is not my fault, this long report, because the Reeve has been working me like a rented mule, and I've been busy almost every day, so yes. What's that?
Sent it in with mine.
No, I'm not good at typing, so. Okay, it started off Thursday, October 20th. I traveled to Waterton for a 2-day meeting of the Milk River Watershed Council of Canada. They were doing a strategic planning session, so it was hard to contribute too much without knowing their past strategies and where they were going. But so everything, the watershed is anything south of Elkwater to the border. And from the BC border over, I think it's important that we keep doing or working with these people because they have the same challenges, the people that live along the Milk River, as what our ratepayers would have that are on that south side of Elkwater. And a quick example was they had, they considered the leopard frog maybe an endangered species, and so somebody in their wisdom in the federal government had decided that they should fence off a certain portion of the creek and keep the cattle out of there because they thought that the frogs would come back. Well, it turned out after a couple of years that all the frogs were on the other side of the fence, and there was none where they had fenced it off. And, you know, when the ranchers are thinking, okay, it's because of maybe the manure that was put there by the cows, and then frogs were there to eat the flies. Anyway, I think it's important that these people are doing these things because there's a lot of stuff that they can then pass on to our ratepayers, okay? So someday that guy, their executive director would like to come and talk to council, and maybe that's something for when we don't have a big agenda that we could bring him in, so. Tuesday, I attended that Cypress County Community Fund meeting. It's going good, that Community Fund meeting. That's the one that we started. Council put some money in and started, so it's progressing. Hopefully they'll get more members, and then a few more of us can take a break there. Thursday, October 27th, and Friday the 28th, I attended the Economic Growth Forum at the college. This was put on by by Community Futures and also Verge, and they had a bunch of speakers in, some really interesting people. And we learned a couple of things, and I'm going to jump on one of them, or for sure is one of the Highway 3. They had the lady that is I'm trying to think of her title here. Can't say executive director, maybe. She's the manager, yeah. So she explained that where Highway 3 had come from, where it's going, and let us know that Medicine Hat to 7 persons is a priority, and it's probably number 2 on the list, Shane. And so she needs answers from the city of Medicine Hat. And there was, Lindsay, the mayor was there, and a couple of other councilors, that they need answers as to where that's going to tie into Medicine Hat. Transportation has given the city of Medicine Hat 4 options, and they need to get going on that and decide what's going on. And then my comment when I talked to Victoria Chester, this lady, was anything you do is going to affect Cypress County. So we need to be in on that discussion. We don't need to be told afterwards what's going on. We want to be part of it. And she agreed, and then there was a lady there from the city, Rochelle Pancoast, her and I talked for quite a while about that same challenge that we have to have some communication. I don't think we should let that go. It's something we better bug them about. Carolyn, maybe you have to talk to their CAO and get things rolling, but you know, this isn't going to be 10 years away. This has gone to a priority part of it because Shane will probably add to it in a bit here, or Ken now, sure. Okay.
Where Richard is going with this, and yes, it is number 2 on the priority. It's coming sooner than later. We're pushing. The government has money now, to start purchasing land, because without land we can't build a highway. What we need to do, and I know Victoria is really aggressive and really passionate about Highway 320, but we got to just pull on the reins here a minute and we got to sit down with Alberta Transportation and see their plans, where it's going, because it affects even a lot of our roadworks of tying into Highway 3 that we don't want to pave and that. So sooner than later, we have to approach Darren at Alberta Transportation that we'd like to have a meeting with them and council here so he can explain to all of us where they're going. Because their original plan, Richard, was to have an overpass of 7 persons. Well, we know that's not going to happen. It's way too expensive at that junction near the Mini Berries Highway, and that's the original was an interchange. Yeah. So what we got to do is sit down and say, okay, this is what is happening. We want this highway twin, but realistically, where is it going? Where? And that because it's no use moving the highway way out. There's no interchanges and won't be for a lot of years. I mean, so it's something that we need transportation to sit over there beside Carolyn and explain and we all discuss.
Yeah, and so of course that leads into one of our road projects that we are looking at, and that's something that you guys didn't know about because we just found out about it on Friday. That it's very important that this decision is made, where and what's going to happen. So that turn off the cactus feeders, that's probably part of the equation now. So, and the other part, something else we learned was Brad Maines from the city gave us a heads up on carbon capture utilization storage. They talked about all the testing they've done, where they've drilled their holes, what they've come up with for ideas, and it's actually proposed for Cypress County land. Like it's out in Cypress County. It's going down 2 kilometers, but it's also going to be part of that. And the facility that they showed, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeffrey, it was quite a fair size. So I also suggested to Lindsay that it would be nice if we're part of that conversation sooner than later. And so, yeah, I took an opportunity to be a advocate for Cypress County that we want to know ahead of time what's going on, or want to be part of the conversation. We had the guy present about drones. Jeffrey did a great job on, one of the topics was emerging industries, and Jeffrey did a great job of explaining the pluses and maybe some minuses about having all this wind power, windmills and solar power, solar panels that goes into a county and all the extra work that it creates. And some of the challenges, we're getting better. We've learned a lot over the first stage, and then they talked about how much more is coming. And I think Jeffrey, we tried to tell him we think we know how much is coming, but we think there's a lot more. So anyway, he did a great job. He was up there doing a presentation. It does proud. There's a whole bunch of other things on there, but I'll let that go for now. That was really good. Dan's going, yeah. Okay, and then Thursday night I went to Irvin, and then we met with the Irvin Library Board. Now the interesting part about the Irvin Library Board is we have the Cypress County Library Board, and that's Blaine and I, plus the Graham Library. There's representatives from out in that area and Irvin, but the Irvin Library Board, we've kind of decided that we need to change our direction on applying for funding, and so the Irvin Library Board, not the Cypress Library Board, will be the name on the paperwork. The thought is that a local board will have more appeal than a large municipality. Carolyn has contacted Kathy Schnell. She's back on looking for us for grants. We did a SWOT analysis at that meeting on Thursday. Anybody know what SWOT is? You want to know what SWOT is? It is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So that's what Blaine and I sat in on. We let them take the ball and run with it, and they came up with a whole pile of fantastic ideas. They talked about what they are doing now and what they can do more. One of their big challenges is they can only have 8 people in that library at one time. So it's pretty hard to do events when you have only 8 people. The occupancy is a little higher, but there's no place for them. So, yeah, I'll keep pushing on that. What else?
Your time's up.
My time's up, but I got to tell you, I was over at the community park at Dunmore here on Saturday. Kelly Meyer, that's Terry Meyer's brother from LMNT, lent me his skid steer, and we did some cleanup in the parking lot, moved all those new boards inside. That building's done as far as the construction part of it. Of course, the roof's up, the 2 walls are up. It looks fantastic, and there was numerous people that walked by, and I was standing there because I had my grandson running a skid steer, but they were saying how impressed they are with what we've done. So I think council needs to know that, you know, there's a lot of grateful, happy, impressed people that we've done so much for the community, okay? So we need, those pat on the backs are kind of nice, right? Yeah, we went and talked to Daniel Smith. Shane got his stuff in there for the road, for the 41. Who else? Michelle? No, you didn't get to talk. No, yeah, so it was unfortunate, it was too short, but you know what? We got her attention, and I think that's gonna work, so.
All right, Jeffrey, you had something? We'll cut Richard off now.
Jeffrey does have something.
Yeah, thank you. And Richard was going to bring it up, but he went over it. But anyway, ran out of time, I guess. At the Economic Growth Forum, the City of Medicine Hat approached Richard and myself. They're looking for support from rural surrounding municipalities like ourselves and others to submit a application to create a community designation, and this application would be sent to the province of Alberta. And the idea here is to create a designated area where the area could nominate different employees and business owners that have certain skills and abilities to fill labor shortages and contribute to the economy. And these people would be, I guess, immigrants to Canada, and then it would help support their cause to become permanent citizens and help fill some of the labor shortages that we have. And of course, if they become permanent citizens, then they can stay, right? And so the City of Medicine Hat would submit the application on behalf of the region, and they're looking for regional partners to provide, at this point, I guess it looks like a letter of support. So they're also approaching, or they have approached at the same forum, the town of Bow Island, County of 40 Mile. They're also approaching town of Redcliffe and ourselves. And so with council's blessing, administration would supply a letter of support to the city to include as part of their application. And the application has to be sent in fairly quickly here. And so that's why we wanted to include it as part of this presentation, or part of Richard's report. So.
Okay, so we need a motion then for a letter of support for the city? Does everybody understand that one? Or any questions on that one?
Right, and it's for the community designation, which is part of the Rural Renewal Community Designation Partnership for Immigration.
Okay. Keith is making that motion. Any questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. Jesus. Okay, that's carried. Shane?
Buddy break.
I need a motion for Reeve and Councilor's report, and that'll be from Shane because he wants a potty break.
Yes.
Any questions on the reports? Vote. It's carried. Okay, in 1 hour we'll have a potty break.
All right.
Okay, take a fresh air break too. So.
You know that.
Okay, we're on to 8.1. Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is sole source for water conveyance unit, page 52. The recommended motion that council moves to direct administration to sole source the purchase of a fire tender, including associated equipment, from the Acres Emergency Vehicles for a maximum of $350,000 funded from 2023 capital MSI. The information is starting on 52. On 53, it talks about more specifically about the unit. It's a 2014 Freightliner Torrent Series fire tender. And it talks below about the capabilities of the unit. Do you have questions?
Dustin, moving it? Any questions or comments? Well, Jason's been sitting here for half an hour. Ask him something.
And then also too, Mr. Chairman, the water conveyance strategy will be coming in the beginning of January as discussed at the last council meeting. That's not part of the motion, that's just for information.
That's what that was my question.
Sorry.
She read your mind.
Yep. Great minds think alike, you say.
Okay, well, we'll get on with the motion here. Dustin?
So did that meet everything we were looking for in a tender? Was that what we gave for money able to fund what we were actually looking for?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the biggest savings was getting the used chassis. So it's a 2014 chassis, but everything else on the truck is going to be built. To speak, so the pump, the tank, the NISEC offload. So everything's going to meet NFPA 1901 for firefighter safety, as well as all the needs of what we need to be able to pump and roll and dump and return and fill from a water source. So it meets all the needs that we need.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Lloyd?
That's going to be stationed in Dunmore here?
That's probably to be decided. We want one unit on the east and west side of the city. So the biggest actual call volume is actually in the Suffield response area. So we're gonna probably deploy one unit to Box Springs and the other unit in Dunmore. We haven't made a decision on which apparatus will go, but yeah. So if you look at all the stats, which we're going to go forward doing is, we're going to place the right equipment at the right area for the right response calls is. So we definitely need one for the Box Springs area.
It's not going out quarter.
And Box Springs, but I like the stats. We have over 20 qualified drivers out of 25. So majority of the department's going to be able to doesn't matter which tender they get. Most of them have their class 3, if not above. So yeah, we're definitely qualified. So that's not going to be an issue either.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Thank you, Jason. 8.2, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Road closure for road alignment. The recommended motion is whereas the lands hereafter described are no longer required for public travel, now therefore it be resolved that the Council of Cypress County does hereby the following described road, subject to the rights of access granted by other legislation. Road Plan 3165BZ affecting the following quarter sections. The northeast of 1511 west of the 4th, and the southeast of 1511-2 west of the 4th, and the council direct administration by resolution to submit Road Plan 3165BZ cancellation to the Minister of Transportation for approval.
Well, that was a short sentence, eh?
And the RFD starts on 55, and the subsequent information is to follow.
Yeah, I'll move it. And then
Okay, Blaine's moving it. He has the floor.
Okay, so my understanding, they're taking that whole road out, or just the bend out of it? Or are they redoing another road? Or I was a little bit confused on how that's going actually.
So on page 60,
Yeah, 59.
No, 60.
so the ortho
I got
it shows the ortho makes it.
Okay.
And that commonly happens when topography is an issue. that there's a lot of road plans, when they were built 80 years ago, those roads, they didn't have the equipment they have now. And so they, they built the road where they could.
Right.
And that happens a lot of the time. Because they just didn't have the equipment we have today.
Nope, makes sense. You good with that?
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on it? Richard?
Yeah, I had a little trouble I think I understand the concept, so it's just that road when it was built off the road allowance, and now we're just realigning, doing some stuff, right? Because we haven't done this for a while, so that's why I just needed a refresher on it, so.
Exactly.
The road's still gonna be there. Okay.
Yep.
Paving it.
Mackenzie,
Okay. Any other question? You okay over there, Les? Okay. You got that in the motion to pave it? All right.
I'm having a heart attack.
Okay, any other questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. 8.3, Tara-Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Display stand for Halo Air Ambulance model. The recommended motion that council direct administration to acquire a custom-built display stand for the Halo Air Ambulance model at a cost not exceeding $1,000 from council other general ledger line. It is, the RFD starts on 62 and information to follow.
Thank you. Michelle?
I would like to recuse myself from this.
Yep, thank you. Okay, anybody? Shane, you want to discuss it?
No, I didn't $1,000 for a stand, but nothing cheap nowadays.
No, I didn't think it would be that much either when we were talking about it last time, but that material's $450. Doesn't take long to spend money when you buy.
No, but. I know, but we do need, it's a shame to have it sitting over there in the corner and nobody sees it. So we spent a lot of money on a new IT system at times that don't work, and so we can spend money on that, I guess.
Les?
Yeah, so you see the estimate there for the supplies. That's the high end for the estimate of how many hours it's going to take. I just wanted to allow enough funds just in case, but I anticipate that it will be probably under that $1,000.
You gonna move it? Shane's moving it. Any questions on it? I think it'll look better in the foyer than sitting here in the corner, so. All right, vote. Carried, yeah, you want to? That's no object for him. Money's no object. Okay, we're on to 8.4. Tara-Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Intersection lighting request, Township Road 120 and the Eagle Butte Road intersection. The recommended motion is that council direct administration to proceed with illumination lighting at the Eagle Butte Road and Township 120 at a cost not exceeding $75,000 to be funded by the approved Township Road 120 grant funding. It's on page 64. It's the background information, and the letter that was submitted by a ratepayer is on page 66.
Thank you. Lloyd, you have the floor.
I'd like to make that motion. I agree with it.
Dustin?
So the question I have, when we do a lighting project like this, we obviously have to get Fortis or Equus or whoever drop power down at that intersection for us. So would it be narrow thinking to only look at doing one intersection if there's more that should be done along that road? So the only reason I bring that up is because I think about the Highway 3 and 120 intersection and how busy that is as well. If we're looking at doing some lighting projects along there, maybe we should be looking at doing one there and maybe one at the 41, or number one on the 41 meet the 120 as well.
That one is.
Is that one
that's
lit?
provincial.
Okay, so then just the Highway 3 one.
Do we have more funding in that? Or was there more funding in that project for lighting?
Yeah, there was a little bit of money left over, and so part of the upgrade of the 13th Avenue, that one's been upgraded, and this one would just fall in line with that one, so kind of
The
what Dustin was
13th's going to
saying.
be lit too then?
That's correct, but that was already lit prior, but we had to move all the poles for the turning, and we just had to add a few more just to meet the,
So we didn't have
Spec.
full power to it?
yeah. And then this one, there's already power in the proximity, and so that's the reason why that was part of the evaluation.
Okay. Shane?
No, I agree with, putting the lights there, but the Highway 3 and the 120, back to with transportation, because that's going to be twinned, that whole intersection will be lit up once it's twinned, and the twinning's coming sooner than we think, so you don't want to put a bunch of lights in there and then now they're all of a sudden in the way of the proposed. So that one, I think, I know it's a safety issue, but I think we got to reel back because it's all going to be realigned and redone there. But the Eagle Butte, yes. And we may, down the road, depends, how busy the black and white gets too. I mean, there may be one down the road at these intersections, but this is a busy one and I agree.
Okay. Is he live? Okay, go ahead, Robin.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. I guess the question I've got with regards to the lights there, and Shane just kind of touched on it as well, is what is the trigger, I guess, on putting lights in? Is it a number of vehicles per day or what? Because what's the difference between this one and, say, the black and white, or even the intersection over by off of the 20 or the 120 that turns off to go to Desert Bloom? I think that this might be something that would be wise to have kind of some method on identifying why we are putting them there versus, a letter from an individual, because I can think of a handful of individuals that would probably provide letters against it. So just thinking that although I see the safety side of it, I'm hopeful that we can at least have kind of some kind of a tool that we can use that helps us to identify when we actually seriously consider this, so we can back our decision up with it. Thank you.
Kim?
Yeah, thank you for your comments and through the chair. So there is some methodology, and we are the road authority, so we do kind of set some of those parameters. Right now, we don't have any parameters in place through our construction road guidelines. It depends on the type of intersection. And so when these two came up, it was due to the amount of funding that was left over. And so we were just trying to maximize the funding and increase the safety or enhance the safety of that road. But to what Shane said, or sorry, Councillor Hawk, that's something that we would evaluate, meeting with AT, because those are all good comments, especially with the amount of work we're doing along number 3, because that's our main collector. And Ken has been working on looking at different intersections, and he's prioritized intersections. And so because of the residential traffic that attends and turns on these two intersections and the proximity, these were rated 1 and 2, and he's going to keep on going and prioritize the rest of the intersections depending upon funding.
There was also a study done? that
Correct.
Identified them too, so took place a couple years ago.
And that was part of the enhancement of the 120 corridor. And so, but each time they do a more specific study to each intersection.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on it? Lloyd has made a motion to put the lights in at that intersection. Vote. Okay, that's carried. 8.5. Darlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Hilda Community Association funding request, it is on page 67. It's recommended motion that council direct administration to approve the Hilda Community Association funding request for $30,000 for the rehabilitation of the tennis court, and it would be funded from CAP. Currently in the CAP reserve is $800,000. And on page 67 is a request from the president of the Hilda Community Association.
Okay, thank you. Michelle?
I would like to make this motion and just a little bit on it. They're having their centennial in, I do believe it's in July of 23. And that's why they're hoping to have this done by then. That's why it came so early. So, that's it.
Okay. Blaine?
Yeah, I'm okay with this ask. I see that it's about 3.75% of the fund. I have a question of what percent do we reimburse through the year, like in this fund? That makes sense.
Yeah, so currently there is, it's upon request. And so the funds are collected. And if there is a request for council's consideration, council goes from there. There's no, so much that is given out per year.
No, that's not what I meant though. So what are we putting in every year? Like, how do we
Okay.
keep building the fund? So if we take 20% out, what are we putting back in?
So our yearly contributions are what, 250? Yeah, about 250. So 250,000 a year. So that it's charged on, so it's self-regulated. So the gravel haulers self-report, and they're charged so much for tone for the cap levy. The legislation, the regulation for the cap levy expires at the end of this year. However, it's not finalized, but it is hoped that regulation will continue for an extension of 2 years.
Yeah, I understand that. I just was making sure that, every
There's
time we
two-
take 30,000 or 50,000 or 80,000 out, we got to make sure that we're putting, there's
There's
enough
about
in for other asks, so.
Yeah, there's approximately 250,000 that go in there per year. Yep.
I guess my question would be, do we take it out of cap, or do we have money left over in our capital on the recreation side? Or is there anything left there? Yeah,
I really think it should come out of cap because that's what it's set up for. Is, certain types that like to download the building and other, for communities, rec facilities, and enhancing in communities. So
Okay.
I really think it should come out of our cap.
Keith?
Point of clarification, they're asking for 30. We're going to give them the 30. Is this different than other community projects where we give half? And the other community, I'm not, I just need that clarified. Like in Dunmore, do we give the total amount, or do we give, and the community comes up with another portion, or I just need some clarification on that.
Richard?
I guess my understanding is like we have our recreation fund that if there's a capital project that the communities want to do, we ask them to raise half, stuff like that. Where a few years ago we got on board with this cap funding that so every ton of gravel that is sold in the county, they pay a tax of 25%, 25 cents, a levy. Okay, don't call it a tax, call it a levy. And so for something that's a little bit, we don't want to use up our normal recreation funds because that money goes back into the community through, it can sponsor different groups and different things. This is a one-shot deal. And I think like on the amount, that can vary. It depends on how much construction is going on in our county and how much gravel is being sold. And we're in a good position right now because we have windmills, we have solar panels, they need laydown sites. There's a lot of construction going on, okay? And so this fund should keep building every year. There'll be funds in there every year until there's no construction. And I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it should come out of the cap fund, just like we would do a playground out of the cap fund.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. It's carried. 8.6, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. St. Mary's Regional Irrigation District Pipeline Road Crossing Variance. The recommended motion that council approve the St. Mary's Irrigation District's variance request to reduce the minimum cover to 2 meters, install horizontal or vertical bends to the pipeline to a minimum of 10-meter offset to the road right-of-way and allow a 45-degree angle crossing. So that's on page 70. On page 71 at the top of the page is the previous resolution. So they've asked for this before, and council took it under consideration and approved their request. So just so you know, this has happened previously. So that is the recommended motion and for council's consideration.
Anybody awake? Shane? Any questions or comments on it? Vote. Carried. Tarlin. 8.7. Sorry.
Sounds good. Sorry, I was looking ahead. 8.7, the IT equipment replacement plan. This is for 2023 to 27. It's on page, commences on page 76. And the recommended motion is that council approve the IT equipment replacement plan for 2023 to 2027 as presented. The RFD is on 76 and 77, and on 78 is the plan. Do you have any questions? The majority of equipment life is 5 to 7 years, and it talks about on 79 it shows the replacement schedule and the reserve projection as well. Our IT reserve is out of all of our reserves has the most. It is fully funded because it's such a short turnaround to purchase new. And IT, unlike other things, the cost of technology usually goes down, doesn't go up. So like a road, in 20 years to replace it, in asphalt, it's going to go up. IT, it's different. It's shorter turnaround, and also to the technology changes. So it's different.
Yeah, it doesn't work from day one.
It what?
It doesn't work from day one.
That's how technology is.
Richard's moving that. Any questions on it?
Necessary evil.
Necessary evil, yeah.
Can I just add a couple comments through the chair, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
So a couple things I just wanted to point out in this plan. Our Tara Lynn did mention the reserve is in a good position. Just to highlight, in budget 22 or budget 23, sorry, when we get there, we are actually making the recommendation that we do not make a reserve contribution to this reserve in 23 or 24. The reserve previously was set up to fund both hardware and software. Software is now broken off and funded annually through property taxation each year. So the reserve now will only be used to fund hardware each year. So the balance of the reserve is coming down intentionally to fund proper equipment. So what we'll see is why the graph there shows a large dip in the first 2 years is because intentionally we're not going to add to this fund for 2 years, and then we'll bring in funding again in 25 and moving forward to properly utilize the funds that are there. The only other thing I wanted to highlight, there's 3 capital items that are included in this plan. well, a lot of it is just regular hardware replacement. There's 3 capital items. There's 2 servers at a cost of $20,000 for one server and $30,000 for an additional server. And the main floor office photocopier is scheduled for replacement, single cost $20,000 for that printer as well. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of the key items that are in this plan for 23.
So the cost for software will be in the operating.
That's right. Yeah, you'll see the.
So it'll be an operating, not in the, and so it's being moved.
Yeah.
But it's
just-
still expensed out.
That's right. I just wanted to clarify that this is a hardware plan, the software you see in the operating budget.
Makes sense. Richard?
Thank you.
Should we pass this without putting Michael in the hot seat? I guess we could, eh?
No.
No?
Jason has to get in the hot seat all the time. But he is going down on money, so I guess he gets away with it. Okay, I have a motion on the floor from Richard to pass this as presented. Vote. Carried. 8.8, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Plan, 2023 to 27 as well. The recommended motion is that council approve the Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Plan, 2023 to 27 as presented. And it starts on page 80. The RFD goes to 84. And, sorry, to 83, and the plan commences on 84. And I believe it was printed out, Leslie Ann? Yep, and so it's easier to read on the printout than on your computer. And so on page 80, it talks about the highlights, the miscellaneous equipment, light and heavy duty, light duty trucks, heavy duty, and fire services. Is there any questions coming right off, so of the RFD of the overview?
Quite close last time.
Michelle?
I'll move to accept it as presented.
Hey, yeah, the floor. Do you have any questions?
Travis, would you like to go over the handout?
I have one
Highlights.
question before he goes over, just a quick one. Maybe it was a joke that you had said a while back, but these canopies that we use for our utility workers, that we use for our lunchbox, are we still putting those on there? Because they don't carry any tools in those.
Oh, for the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, for water, can you,
For the space caps you're talking?
Yeah, is that not the ones here that are going from 15,000 to 18,000 in cost?
Yeah, that's, and I believe that was just because that's the future replacement cost, but we were planning on carrying them over from vehicle to vehicle.
Okay. So
And
we are
yes,
still
they-
using them even though they don't haul any tools around. Is that the ones that,
Yeah, I didn't know that they didn't, no, those space caps are pretty full.
they
In
are
most-
using
in-
them?
oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was my only question then. Go ahead, Travis.
All right, so I'll take you through the 5-year vehicle and equipment plan. We'll kind of go as much detail as you guys want. So I'll kind of go through it, and if you guys have questions, then jump in at any time. Don't be shy.
sorry to interrupt, so the importance of of having the 2023 to the 27 is for cash flow needs. So you might say, like, oh, why would we look into the future? It's really important because that really dictates on what our investments are going to be. So it's vitally important, the equipment and the capital projects that are coming up, because all of a sudden, if we're buying a $500,000 piece of equipment, Travis will have a heart attack because the cash flow needs that we have. Sorry.
Thank you very much. It's totally true. Very much when we sit down and do the 10-year capital cash flow plan, I mean, that's kind of the idea here is that we run a 10-year investment ladder, right? So we really are, when we build 5 or 10-year plans, we really are aligning cash flow needs to the time that cash will be needed to maximize its total return on investment. All right, so when we look at kind of the vehicle and equipment plan, I don't have the page numbers, but I think we're on page 84, 85. But page 2 of the plan should have a pie graph on it. So very simply, I think when we just look at the overall cost of the total equipment, we're looking at a total cost of about just shy of $23 million of historical cost. When we look at the estimated replacement cost of vehicles and equipment, we're just shy of $31 million in equipment out on the roads, right? So we're talking about almost a 30%, 35% cost increase from historical cost to the future cost of units. This is a reserve that is funded based on future costs. So don't think that this is a reserve that we only fund based on what we paid for. We do project to what the future cost is, and that's what we're allocating to the vehicle and equipment replacement reserve each year. The biggest portion of our fleet and equipment right now does focus on light and heavy equipment. This is typically your graders, reclaimers, tractors, those type of items. But projecting over the replacement cost, fire and emergency vehicles will become the greatest cost of county equipment. The reason that we're seeing that big change is a lot of that fire equipment has lives of 15 or 20 or 25 years. So it was bought at costs 2002, 2005, 2010 costs, whereas a lot of the fleet equipment is much newer, 5 to 7 year lives. So the costs are more current. So as we see those fire and emergency vehicles get replaced, the total cost of that portfolio of equipment will increase. When we look at just a quick kind of overview, we do have a 10-year projection there. The average annual replacement cost on vehicles and equipment is just over $3 million, $3.1 million. We do budget to allocate $2.3 million to this reserve each year. So you might ask, well, that does not quite balance out because we're spending 3.1, only allocating 2.4. The sales cost of all of the vehicles that we sell also gets allocated back to this reserve. So that makes up the difference. So when we make a decision to purchase something, but say keep the historical unit also, that's when this reserve starts to not look as happy. But as long as we continue to simply replace, this reserve will stay in good condition. There's two reserves that are utilized, vehicle and equipment reserve and the fire vehicle and equipment reserve. It does show the 5-year projection of each. Each of them do show that they should remain relatively stable. They're in good condition. They're well funded. When we talked about the fire conveyance unit, that'll be a unit that's using MSI funds. The idea there is that that's a unit that we have not funded. It was a new addition to the fleet, something we didn't project. So by using a grant to fund that, we won't see that giant dip in a reserve by using external funds. Any questions on just the general overview or kind of the overall topic?
Shane?
I just got a comment. Like, when we look from 25 to 27, is there any way of making that even out a bit more? Even from 24 to 25, I mean, all of a sudden we get a $2 million spike. Is there any way of making it more consistent so one year we don't have a $2 million spike? Can we move something in to keep it a little more consistent? Would it be easier for budgeting? And I'm just commenting.
Are you asking for the purchases of stuff or for the contribution of stuff?
The replacement plan here, the 10-year replacement plan. See how it goes from 24, we're at 2.389, and 25 we jump up, they need 4.386.
So, Mr. Chairman, I can,
Yeah.
so with our replacement plan, every piece of equipment has a different life. That's the importance of ensuring that that depreciation is put into the fund, so it's funded when you purchase it, or to replace it. So that's the importance of having darn near a fully funded reserve plan. So you will have dips because every piece of equipment has different lives. And so that's the importance of having the plan and having contributions. So you will have money in the bank because you will have dips and lows, but the importance is to have a plan, to have that plan funded, in which you do. Because you are always going to have that. You'll have a purchase of a grader and a fire truck in 1 year, and that's just the way it goes. They all have different life expectancies. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because if you look over on this one, Shane, we're still running the same amount, even though that spiked. If you look on the bottom graph, under the vehicle, and you look at your ending balance, you're still sitting around $7 million in your balance of your fund.
Yeah, you go from 6 to 8 to 7.
Yeah.
All I was wondering, you know, I know what Carolyn's talking about is, you know, greater in a fire truck and that in the same year, but just for budgeting and that, could have got just maybe wait a year on that greater than just to make it a more level? I'm just asking this.
If you
Make it
didn't
more
have,
consistent.
if you didn't have a funded plan, perhaps, in the 25 years ago, we didn't, and then we did have that, and so then taxes would go up one year because we'd have to buy that fire truck, and then it would go down and up and down and up and down. And so that's why tangible capital assets came to be, was that we had to identify our capital needs, and we needed to start funding them. And so in the last 10, 15 years, we've totally changed our methodology, so we can continue to have that tax rate not go like that.
Good enough. I understand.
Dustin?
Yeah, I was just going to add on that. It makes sense to actually do it the way they do, because if you look at what our contributions are over the next 5 years, they're pretty much, they're within a couple $100,000 of each other. But even when what's coming out is going to be sometimes 5 million, sometimes it's going to be 2 million, and that's just the floating scale we have, but that contribution remains the same, and that's the whole idea behind having that funded plan.
Like,
Well, yeah, to go along with what Dustin's saying too, and if you look at the final balance over 5 years, you know, it increases by just about 9.5 million, which, you know, with the projections of the costs going up, we're still putting, you know, almost $1 million in there in 5 years. So that's, I commend him on that.
Yeah, I think you guys hit on all the points that I would hit on, exactly that the reserve really does, although cash flows may see peaks and valleys, the reserve lets it smooth the tax rates annually. One of the things that you are seeing there, Councillor Hawk, is that you see 23 come down with the with the cost of some of these units going up. What administration did do in this plan is extend some of the lives of current units from 23 and 24 out to 25 and 26 to allow more time to properly hit the reserve, the new reserve funding, like what's required with costs going up. So that's kind of what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of some of those items rolling into those years as well.
No, I understand all that. I was just thinking of a budgeting, you know, if it's more consistent, it's easier to budget, but I understand, you know, ups and downs. All that, I was just curious.
All right, I'll move into, we'll just go through each of the kind of the 5 areas reasonably quickly, but again, if there's questions, just jump in at any time. When we look at miscellaneous equipment, there is a few items, so kind of a precursor that I'll give is at November 22nd's council meeting, we will be bringing a disposal plan. So this is simply a purchasing plan for next year or the next 5 years, but you will see a disposal list as well at next council meeting. So there is certain items on this list that you'll see are noted. 2022 disposal have been replaced. Just so you know, you will see a disposal plan at next meeting. When we look at miscellaneous equipment, there's only one item that's expected to be replaced in 23. We have transfer site bins that we typically have had a standing policy to replace 2 per year. The one downside of this is that the cost of bins has gone up. They used to be about 12,000 a bin. They've gone up to about 18,000 a bin. But we did just have a bit of an assessment done on a large number of the county bins, and the recommendation from Waste Connections and other vendors was continue this plan that the county does need to continue 2 bins per year for the next 5 years. After that time to reevaluate, but to anticipate 2 bins per year for each of the next 5 years. What it did to the budget, we had to move from 24,000 up to 39,000 for the 2 bins each year. So. Regarding the space caps or the utility canopies, we did adjust the life of a variety of those to align with the unit life so that we weren't putting, say, transitioning an old canopy with 1 year left on its life to a brand new truck and then 12 months later going and buying the new canopy. So we extended the lives where we could to better align with the truck lives.
Keith?
So on these utility account, do you buy new ones when you buy a new truck?
That'll be the plan now, but the utility canopies have lives, the lowest one has a life of 10 years and the trucks typically have a life of 5 to 7. So we're typically extending the utility canopy out a few years so that we're not putting a say a 10-year-old canopy on a brand-new truck. We're typically just aligning those years better, but never moving them earlier, always extending the life of the canopy if we can.
Good with that, Keith? Okay.
I got another question.
Shane?
Yeah, I don't know when to bring this up, but I remember sitting here and we had a, I thought I had a, we had a presentation from Enterprise. What?
They'll pick you up.
On vehicles, of leasing and all that, where,
Can we come back to that one, Mr. Chairman? It does come up in the light-duty vehicle section when we get there. Thank you. It's a good segue to where we go next. But before we get there, I wanted to talk about, if there's nothing else on miscellaneous equipment, we'll just quickly go through the light and heavy equipment, which is typically the tractors, graders, those types of items. There is a new philosophy, and you haven't seen the disposal plan yet, but currently the county does have 15 graders. The disposal plan you'll see in 2-3 weeks' time will recommend that we actually downsize to 12 graders, 6 of them being identified as critical units, 6 of them being rotational. I think there's 2 on the oiling crew and then 4 that are additional units. So the idea is that 6 graders will be 100% fully funded over their 3 to 4 year life, as opposed to where they used to be at a 5 to 6 year life. They'll now be at a 3 to 4 year life, and those units will transition from the 6 grader routes into the oiling crew and general graders. So the idea is that those 6 units will be funded in full over that 3-4 year life, always kept on warranty, kept as high priority, and there's still sufficient coverage with the additional 6 graders still in the county that we should be able to meet all demand at different times. So that's probably the biggest change that you'll see in this 5-year plan from last year's 5-year plan. Other things to note in here, we have updated the cost of most of these, updated the estimated replacement cost. Reason being, it allows us to properly fund. But a grader, just to note, a grader's gone from about 500,000, which is the graders that were approved in budget 22, were approved for 500,000. Graders for budget 23 are being approved at 625,000 a unit. So the cost of a grader has gone up just about 30% from over 1 year. Any comments or questions on the light and heavy equipment section?
Inflation.
Yeah. So again, this plan, we hadn't bought a grader since 2019, so there's 2 that were in budget 22 expected to come early 23, and then 2 per year each of the next 3 years. Okay. On to the light duty vehicles, which is where Enterprise would come in. So we've had a number of conversations with Enterprise. At this point in time, you don't see any Enterprise effect in this plan. The plan continues to propose that we simply replace each of these units. We continue to have conversation with them, continue to evaluate that as an option, but the current plan does not propose any lease options at this point in time. It's not to say, and I would say that, it's not to say that won't change over this 5 years. Again, we continually have those conversations with Enterprise or other vendors that operate in that same field. But at this point in time, the financial cost, when we weighed the alternatives, this was still a better alternative, financial alternative at this point in time. But that could change again each year. When we look at what's scheduled for 23, and again, it's a 5-year plan, but council's really approving action on year 1 of the 5-year plan. So that's why I kind of more so highlight the first year. So 23, Municipal Services has a new vehicle proposed for the bylaw unit. We've done some costing on these already, so feel that that budget that's represented there is reasonable. Noting that we have increased that budget. It was previously funded, I think, at 75,000. We did increase it last year up to the 100, so that it had sufficient funding for where the market has now gone. In addition, 2 public works trucks, those are both 3/4 ton trucks. That'll be included in budget plan 23, and then a number of trucks in 24 and 25. One thing I think we'll note is that there is a variety of transfers. Administration really does work on this plan, especially as units get replaced each year, to determine which ones are best to dispose of, which ones are best to retain. An example would be in budget 22, we had a unit that was scheduled for disposal that we ended up doing transmission replacement on and some other work on. So that unit now it's basically in good condition, right? So it makes sense to either extend its life or replace a different unit that we feel is likely to maybe be at a point in its life where it makes more sense for us to move on from. So that's one thing I would say, is that this plan really is alive, and I think you'll see that in the disposition plan that you see in 2-3 weeks, is that although we replace a certain unit, the funding is held in there, but we may not always recommend disposing of the same unit. We may do an internal transfer, recommend an internal transfer, say from Public Works to Ag, or vice versa, so on, depending on the condition of each unit. Comments, questions on light-duty vehicles?
No, pretty self-explanatory.
Heavy-duty vehicles, we can go through relatively quick. There was 3 of them approved in Budget 21, 3 of them approved in Budget 22. We very recently received the 3 units that were in Budget 21. The units that are in Budget 22, likely not until 2024, I think is what we're expecting now on those 3 heavy-duty trucks. So we haven't placed an order on them yet. I think we're still even determining options. Would still have to go out to tender, all those kind of things on those units. But through conversation, I've been told there is no more available at this point in time. Good news, the ones we have are in good condition, they're running well, repairs and maintenance are limited, so feeling comfortable with, especially with the 3 that we did just receive, that we are in a good position.
Dustin?
So moving forward with the purchase of some of these aluminum or stainless bodies on the plow trucks, are those going to get moved over to the next generation if they hold up? Is that the idea behind it?
Yeah, I think that would be the intent, if possible. I know the 3 we just ordered came with full setups, right? The sander, hopper, plow was all included with the truck, right?
But not the gravel bodies, because we can use the gravel bodies, but the sanding units, because we went with stainless, like you said, we're planning on making it for 2 cycles, potentially even 3, depends on how it holds up, but where before it was 1.
Yeah.
And I think just to note here too, with the new trucks at the new cost, we are pushing them out now to 7 years as opposed, they used to have a 5-year life, but the recommendation is now to give them a 7-year life due to that cost increase, where a unit used to be, I think a unit used to be about 200,000, they're going up 260, so on. So with that, needing more time to get enough into the reserve without obviously offsetting taxes too significantly. So. Nothing else on heavy-duty vehicles?
We're not getting a lot of mileage on those anyhow.
No,
The
they're
7 years, are we?
Yeah, they're running 12 months a year now.
So we are getting a lot of mileage on them?
We will be, because we're using them for a gravel haul now in the summer, where before we were just using them for winter snow maintenance, so they're being higher utilized. And something that that really affects the plan, which Travis commented on earlier, is that recently the vendors have taken away municipal discounts. So, for example, we used to get $14,000. That's why the enterprise deal worked for us on a light-duty truck, $14,000, and now we don't. We get $1,000. And then the same thing they're talking about with graders. So we get $150,000 off on a grader, and there's a shortage of graders. So just like there was a shortage of trucks, so now CAT is reviewing in December if they're going to be offering municipal discount. And that's why this plan will be dynamic, or I think it's the right word, dynamic.
Somebody
it has
else
to be
might
live.
keep it. Might be a different brand name.
For everyone's reference to, for the 2022 capital plan, we some of those tenders were issued earlier this year. Unfortunately, didn't receive responses. They are all currently out again, closing November 4th. I know we don't have bids yet on all of them, but I know we have bids on a good number of the tenders that we have out now. Haven't been open, so we don't know if they will satisfy what's been requested, but at least we have bids back, so that's a promising sign.
And that's because the bid banks weren't open when we issued them the first time, so they were having to buy off the lot. And now we're looking at bid banks for factory orders for municipal discounts and municipal order frame, so.
I have a question about extending the lifespan to 7 years. If we're putting more miles on these than we were before, is that going to make a difference in the keeping them for 7 years? Like, will they be wore out by then?
No, they should not be, but we spec them differently now. So we spec them for like the stainless steel bodies instead of the painted bodies, and we went with a little bit heavier duty of a transmission and a little more horsepower. with these new units.
So we were selling those other ones at 150,000 kilometers, so in the 5 year before. And Richard and Shane and I will tell you right up, we used to run ours to 800,000 kilometers before we started having problems. So we should still be in the safe zone running 7 years. Okay.
All right, last part is fire and emergency services. So like we talked about, kind of the biggest effect that we're seeing on fire and emergency services is, like we say, the replacement cost of these units significantly increasing. Compounding factors there, like we say, where this stuff had lives that were much longer than the other equipment. So its historical cost is, like we say, back from years 2005, 2010 and prior. Now, obviously 20 years later, I mean, just natural inflation, it's gone up, but obviously in our current environment, it's gone up exponentially even farther than we would have expected. When we look at this fire and emergency plan, there is the one unit we noted earlier, the water conveyance unit, which is an actual addition to the fleet. It is the only addition recommended to the fleet at this point in time. Any others obviously would come back to council, but all the others that are identified here are replacement. So that item is in there, but will be done through MSI. And other units here in 23, extraction tools, council recently reviewed extraction tools, so there's 2 sets of extraction tools that are expected in 23, and then although it's the deputy chief's fire transportation unit that is scheduled for 23, as we say, we continually review operations, so one of the recommendations here is we talk about the right asset in the right place at the right time. What's being recommended is that although it's the deputy chief's truck, that would be, which is historically a 3/4 ton unit, what's recommended here is that council actually approve the purchase of a different type of unit, which is a full-size SUV, which would act more as a command unit for the emergency services coordinator. It gets equipped with, Jeffrey, I'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but it gets equipped with whiteboards and monitors and that type of thing, that it's more of a command unit versus a response unit or an actual action unit. So that unit would come into the emergency services coordinator position. The emergency services coordinator truck, which is only 2 years old, would go to the deputy chief, and the deputy chief's truck becomes the second incident command truck. So a bit of a shuffle, but a realignment to get the right assets into the county's emergency services fleet is the recommendation. As Jeffrey reminds me that there is a cost savings. The 3/4 ton truck and setup would have been 110 to 120,000, whereas the full-size SUV is coming in at about 90 to 100,000. So we are seeing a cost savings to get what we feel is the right asset into that position.
And that would still handle that command trailer that was just set up?
Yeah, that's in
A different unit.
different unit. Yeah, that's in addition.
Different one? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that would be the full fleet and equipment 5-year plan. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Everybody good with it, or any questions on it? What's that? Well, you never are, though.
Yes. I love speaking my mind. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
With, and this is me picking on the fire fleet because I just know it all too well. Bringing an SUV on for a command vehicle kind of really defeats the purpose of what we've been trying to achieve in getting away from running gas job vehicles as command vehicles. Because running gas vehicles, and this is where that half-ton truck was always a point of contention with me, is, well, I personally lit that thing on fire twice. And having them where if you think it's going to stay on the road, you're kindly mistaken, because it won't, because a lot of the times where we go, there aren't any. And having something like an SUV, even if it's a Chevy Yukon or a GMC Yukon or whatever it may be, they won't handle what we do to them. And even as your emergency service coordinator, he still operates as an IC. Giving them a vehicle like that will not stand up to what they get used for. And that's just my opinion, but take it for what you wish.
Can I add something to that?
Yep.
You did touch on something that, with gas being out there, because I know the guy from UFA that when we had the big Hilda fire, he went out there with his truck and filled equipment. He was out there to fill up our fire trucks and stuff. So if we're running the gas and we're way up in Hilda where there is no gas station nearby and he's running low on fuel, then what? It's just a thought. I mean, yeah, you brought up about diesel. Because I know UFA will delivers out to them big fires when we're sitting there.
And even on to that too, I know that we've recently kind of set up one truck to be able to deliver fuels for such occasions as well, and it doesn't haul gas either, it just hauls diesel. I just don't agree with having, we've been trying to get away from gas vehicles as fire trucks because they're just not ideal, and here we are putting something brand new in that is one. You know, the old ones, whatever, as they get switched out, they get switched over, that's fine, but buying a new one for that purpose makes zero sense to me. And especially now that we've set up a essential command trailer, why do we need a vehicle set up to have command boards in it and things like that? It doesn't make any sense.
Was this put in by our new fire chief? These asks?
Yep, so the emergency services coordinator and Jeffrey and myself have been looking at the equipment and evaluating the needs, and it was recommended, every recommendation has pros and cons, and looking at the equipment differently, and for the responses that the emergency service coordinator attends, that is the recommendation that is put forth. But you guys are the decision makers, so that's our recommendation, and we are open to anything.
Well, no, if our fire chief and that has put his mind into it, and this is what he wants, I think we should back our fire chief on what his decisions are. No offense, Dustin, but then the fire chief can explain why he's replacing it. But, Keith?
Just a quick question on that command vehicle. What will an SUV do for us that we can't do in a 3/4 ton truck? I mean, just, because I know from my experience, we utilize both and they both have their place. So I'm kind of curious as to why an SUV has been recommended over the 3/4 ton truck.
So upon discussion and evaluation, it was determined that having more of a command post would be advantageous. And that there's always two duty officers. There's also the deputy fire chief's truck as well. So this piece of equipment would be beneficial for, to have a command post, have the whiteboards, have the equipment that they, my understanding is the equipment that's actually in the fire chief's truck is not appropriate. It's operations with the duty officers. That is my understanding.
Okay. Richard and then Keith, are you going on that? Okay, continue.
So if we're, I guess, like Dan said, or Dustin, we have a trailer that's set up as incident command. Is that in addition to this? I'm just kind of curious what the plan is to utilize the command trailer, or is the command trailer not going to be utilized all the time?
Jeffrey?
Okay, I was trying to get away with not having to say anything because you guys are tired of hearing from me, so. Basically, I think in response to Councillor Ritz's question, the command unit, or the command trailer is a trailer that we already have. And so the idea was to convert it into a command trailer for larger incidents to allow, it serves a couple of purposes. One, that you could basically utilize whiteboards and that sort of thing from a strategic point of view, but it also provides a kind of a resting area for fatigued firefighters and those types of things to be able to utilize the trailer as well, and that sort of thing. So for a larger incident, it's most similar to like what we experienced with the Hilda fire. You know, for something like that, it's most likely that we would have both the trailer as well as obviously the emergency services coordinator's vehicle. But on smaller situations where maybe, or if we have multiple incidents going at the same time, then we have the advantage of basically having both command units that we can deploy and figure out where the best use and best positioning of those units would be placed depending upon the circumstances. So, but there is other units to pull the command trailer. So it's the rescue unit that council approved a meeting ago. I think ideally would be the unit that would haul the command trailer.
Richard?
I think it's really good that we ask questions of how you come to some decisions, but I'm not a firefighter. I do not want to get involved in that discussion, and I know that administration has done this, the pros and cons of it, so I have to go with, if that's the recommendation made by the people that we've hired to put in place and not, like I said, I appreciate the firefighters on here putting in their comments because that just helps us a bit. So I go with what administration recommends. If they come back in a year or two and say, well, this didn't work out, well, fine, it was a learning experience. But we could have 9 different opinions on what should be driven. And council has to be cautious we don't get drawn into that part of it, okay?
Shane and then Dustin.
I got a question. What, with that command trailer, we don't know right at the beginning. When do we decide that we need it? And then who has to come back to get it? Because all of a sudden, the fire is getting out of control, and it really blossomed from the original call. So then that trailer is sitting wherever at a station, and then it's not being, somebody has to come back and get it then. Why?
Jeffrey?
Yeah, so I guess as the situation unfolds, then those are the decisions that have to be made as to what are the appropriate resources. Again, the trailer, and I don't know all the details of it, but the trailer has a certain amount of equipment that it hauls as well, in addition to being a strategic command setup. But essentially, its deployment would be most likely that another paid-on-call fire member would, whether it's from that particular station or another station, would go to the station, pick up the equipment, the truck, the trailer, and bring it to the site. So it's not that somebody would be doubling back for it. It would be somebody else would be called out to bring it to the scene.
Dustin?
Okay, so I can deal with the SUV thing if they want to try it, but I almost really insist on it being a diesel, not a gas vehicle. Because I know they make them now.
Yeah, they make them in the 3-liter eco diesels.
Yep. So that would sell me on it if that was the case.
It'd be the same price as a 3/4 ton. As soon as you hit the diesel, it's going to be the same.
But that's what's going to sell me on having something, because this gas vehicle on a fire scene thing, we've been 10 years of trying to get away from it now, and now we're going back to it. That would be my selling factor.
The eco diesel is a $3,000 option. That's it.
Is it?
Yeah, because I own one.
Michelle?
I appreciate all this conversation about this, but it seems to me this is getting a little operational, that's why we pay staff to do all this stuff. And now we're sitting here and arguing with them that we don't want what they recommend, so just an observation.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to accept this the way it is.
With
Do
the,
we want it,
with the amendment of a diesel
the
SUV.
amendment of a diesel, or are you willing to?
It's their call.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, and that's satisfactory to municipal services and emergency services, that amendment.
Factory?
Yep.
Okay. Their call's good. So don't pout. Vote.
Well, maybe I want an electric one.
Maybe I want an electric one.
Well, that's technical.
New power that we can
All right, everybody's good with it, with the addition of a diesel to the SUV? Vote. Oh, hold on.
Sorry, just for clarity, do you want to change the price then from 90,000 in that budget back to the 110 is what it would have been had we kept it at a three-quarter truck?
No, because it's only supposed to be a $3,000 expense.
Yeah,
So
so
go from 90 to 93 on that unit, 95?
95.
95.
Right. Yep. 95.
Thank you.
Call an auctioneer.
Okay, so you good with
Thank you for
the-
that, Travis. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Vote. Okay, that's carried. All right, lunch is when back with the staff, so we had better go have lunch since we're late.
So it's awesome that we get to go do this again because we did that years ago before.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Where the hell am I? Paperwork. Goggles. 8.9, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the infrastructure and construction plan for 23 to 27. The recommended motion is a two-part motion. The council approves the infrastructure and construction plan from 23 to 27 as presented, and to proceed with the 23 projects not exceeding 9.8 million, and the council direct administration to proceed with the engineering and design for each project, including 24 to 27 inclusive, of the 5-year infrastructure and capital plan, not to exceed 10% of the project of a total, for 3.4 million of the total cost of the budget. So on page 93, 94, and subsequent is the background information for the RFD. Just like how the equipment went, so there was the RFD and the background information. And then before you as a handout is the big one that you can read, because it's tough on your screen. So what were you guys cool how we did the equipment? So so if there's any questions, just some quick questions from the RFD. And if not, would you prefer to make a motion? And then Travis is going to go do the overview of the plan.
Okay, Lloyd's making that motion. Travis, the floor is yours.
Thanks, everybody. They said, coming back freshly after lunch, they said everyone's really full, so they said talk really long and slow to make sure we get that full nap in post-lunch, right? All right, so we've got the 5-year plan. I didn't mention it earlier, but the MGA does now require, in 2020's revision of the MGA, it does require 5-year plans, 5-year capital plans, so just so everybody knows that that is in there now as well. So we've got an infrastructure and construction plan. Okay. One of the things I think I want to just point out right away is that in 2-3 weeks, we'll talk about the operating budget. So remember, this is a capital plan, focuses on capital replacement and construction. When we're looking at just maintenance items, those will come under the operating budget. So if we're just maintaining a road or doing slight upgrades or things like that, that would be an operating budget item, and we'll see those at that time. So this one looks more at replacement or construction. When we look at the full 5-year plan, it's broken down similar to the vehicle and equipment plan, but this one's broken down into 3 sections. So and each section ties directly to a reserve that council funds annually. So we've got a road and bridge section, we've got utilities, which is water and sewer, and then we've got buildings and structures. When we look at roads and bridges, this is what we use the accelerated rehab fund for. You'll hear a little bit of a different message when we talk about infrastructure reserves. A little bit opposite of the IT plan, where we're actually saying let this reserve come down. Opposite of the fleet and equipment plan, where we're saying those reserves are really in good condition, funded on future replacement cost. The infrastructure reserves are ones that we do need to focus on. We need to put some attention on. They're not unlimited, and they historically were funded off of depreciation, which means replacement costs are obviously significantly higher. When we look at the accelerated rehab reserve, I don't have them drawn out here. The graphs you see focus on what's in the next 5 years, but the accelerated rehab reserve does have still a healthy balance. Balance is about 8 million in that reserve. So it's still a healthy balance. It's letting us do everything we want to do, but it's one that we want to focus on through the operating budget and get larger allocations to it in the coming years. So if looking just kind of an overview at each of these, or kind of a high-level overview, overall the county targets about $10 million of infrastructure and construction projects, capital projects per year. We found that's about as much as the budgets can sustain. It's about as much as the administration's capacity to manage these projects is in that range of $10 to $12 million in projects. When we look at the first graph there, it does break it down by each of the 3 categories. So we see 25 has large road and bridge projects, lesser in utilities and structures. Similar to what Councillor Hawk mentioned this morning, where in the fleet reserve we see kind of peaks and valleys. This one we see more flat, kind of that $10 million target every year. The goal of that $10 million is that it's 50% grant funded, 50% county funded. So we often hear the question of, well, should we fund 100% of every road in the county? that would be a dream. It'd be wonderful if we could do that. I don't think council wants to put tax rates to that level, nor do we want to recommend it. So a reasonable goal is 50% at a minimum, that we're funding at least 50% of a replacement project. So like I say, roads and bridges, we'll kind of get into the priorities. When we get into the sections, they are each ranked starting at their top priority. So when we go to the roads and bridge sections, there's a priority number 1 for roads and bridges, priority number 1 for utilities, priority number 1 for buildings. When we see that in the coming pages. As far as, like we say, roads and bridges, 8 million in reserve. There's 4 projects that are carrying forward from the current year, being the Bull Trail, Black and White, Range Road 61A, and Range Road 63 are all projects that will carry forward from budget 22. They simply carry forward at their established budgets and roll forward until they're complete. Utilities-wise, I'll just kind of give an overview and then we'll go more into the details. But utilities-wise, the utilities reserve sits just shy of 12 million. Projecting to the end of 22. It is in relatively good condition. We do have a variety of grants and other sources that are available for those types of projects, so they do sit relatively happy. We had 2 lift stations that are currently in budget 22. Schuler Lift Station and Irvin Lift Station are both currently approved. They're both ongoing projects. Construction 23, I think, on both, that we're expecting full construction in 23 on both. And we'll see additions to those projects in this capital plan. Buildings and structures, this is another reserve that historically hasn't sat as high as we'd like it to. It's a reserve that we did in budget 22. We made a larger allocation to that reserve. We added $1 million to that reserve to let it kind of catch up, but it's got some growth still to do. Good news, and kind of what you'll see as we get into the plan, is that when we look at construction of new items, very similar to what we did with the water conveyance unit, where it was an addition to the fleet. If something is an addition, it's not a replacement of a current building, you're going to often see that we're trying to utilize external grant dollars to do those types of projects. So we're not drawing down internal reserves for projects that we essentially haven't funded. Right? We're trying to bring in external money for new builds. So if it were something like, let's just say we were going to build a new recreation center that was completely unfunded. We were going to build a second one and have 2 completely unfunded. The administration's goal would be to look for external dollars to utilize, since we haven't internally funded that. We're trying, so what you'll find as we go through the plan, typically projects that are new builds, we're looking for external funding. Any questions just on general overview before we go through kind of the specifics of this plan?
So when you're looking for external funding, and then that would be going after some grants, is there a crossover, like roads and bridges funding versus, well, all 3 of these divisions, right? Is it specific funding for those, or do we get to choose where we want to put the MSI funding? And there was one here I didn't, well, a couple of them I don't quite know what those the initials mean, so.
Yeah, good question. Through the chair, so it definitely depends. There's certainly like an MSI grant, or Municipal Sustainability Initiative grant. That's a provincial grant that has set categories. So one like that, yeah, if you say you allocate it all to buildings, well, it was eligible for roads or bridges or buildings or equipment. So by allocating it to buildings, you're saying, I'm not allocating it to those items, I'm allocating it to buildings this year. Other ones that are like the water, there's a new one in here. They changed Water for Life. It has a new name. It is now Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership. So that one is specific to only water infrastructure, right? If I wanted to do a road project, it doesn't qualify for that grant. So it's kind of a blend. STIP, or Strategic Transportation Infrastructure, kind of the same thing. It has its kind of a home in bridge funding, where it's always 75-25 for bridges, but then they also bring in the STIP Resource Road Program and some other STIP kind of specific ones, so target grants that the province will bring in time to time. Federal Gas Tax Fund, the way to think of Federal Gas Tax Fund, or I think it's the Canadian Community Building Fund now, because they changed the name of it. But a fund like that, I think anything that doesn't have a motor. So it could be a building, it could be a road, it could be a bridge. As long as it doesn't have a motor and tires, it's eligible for that. So that's kind of a way of saying that, yeah, many of these grants do have multiple purposes. We're simply trying to target them to the items that we've least funded. So typically when council, like we say, looks to do a new build or something that isn't a replacement of what we already have, that's when we try and target those external grant dollars to.
Okay, then I have a question about that. If in here it says we're funding, or that the multi-use buildings are there, but we've been working on this library in Irvine for a long time, so does that qualify as a replacement, or should that be in here?
So once we get into the details, we'll actually find that both of those projects are recommended to be conditionally approved, both with MSI funding, both with external funding. So although we did fund them, like we did fund the current Irvine Library, well, we know the historical cost of the current library is not what the projected cost is. So that would leave a significant gap. And really administration is recommending that we try and utilize the grant dollars that are available to fill that gap versus drawing from a reserve where those funds were never put into the reserve to start with, where we're essentially taking from Peter to pay Paul kind of thing in that grant, or sorry, in that reserve. We want to utilize external funds versus trying to basically steal from the reserve and then have to try and put the money back, because essentially otherwise you'd have to basically put the money to the reserve double the amount of your initial cost so that you pay back to the reserve the initial cost plus the future replacement cost. So we want to try and avoid that as much as we can. So that's why we're trying to get the most leverage out of those grant dollars that way.
So the library, for example, so we've put away $40,000. Well, to replace it, we know it costs a lot more than that. So that's the importance of the future in particularly buildings, is that we need to contribute what we think it's going to be for the future. So using inflation, those to figure out a number when it needs to be replaced in 20, 30, 50 years. So we don't saddle the future with these predicaments that we have now. Because that's what we're facing now, particularly in buildings and bridges and hard surfacing. I keep going. And pretty much everything, and except IT, except IT.
Anybody else?
I'm just pleased that we're going this way, because when I look how long we've talked about a library, and it's a minimum of 5 years, and I've always wondered, why aren't we putting, you know what, when that $1 million first got thrown out there, well, you thought it was the end of the world, that a building could cost that much, but that's life, that's the prices that are out there, but we never put away a couple $100,000 a year based on the fact that, well, let's say we can go like this for 5 more years, but we have to pick a date when we're going to actually replace it. And so then there is no money there to actually do it. And that was my frustration, because we do it with equipment. We do it with everything else.
So the Irvine complex is a prime example. We'll have like just over 2 million in there, but it's going to be 12 million to replace it. And that will begin in 2030. So last year, administration recommended to council to put that $1 million extra to start funding it. And $1 million extra is not enough, but it's a start. And because there's also to look externally, like there's external partners that would like Cypress to contribute to their projects. And like just everybody, we don't have funding for that unless we give away and our grant dollars. And our grant dollars primarily are used on to fix roads and bridges. So we need a strategy, because like the Stampede grounds, for example, they came and presented, and they wish that you know, someday, whenever that should happen, that Cypress County contributes to that project. So right now you would have to rob from Peter to pay Paul, because there's no funds in there unless you give your MSI allocation. But primarily we use that for infrastructure, for direct infrastructure needs. So in the upcoming budget, you're going to see more contributions for the future, for replacement of buildings, and then also too about asks from others to start having a fund for that. Because we don't want to saddle the future ratepayers with probably not being ready to play ball when we need to.
I name that fund. I think we should call that Uncle Richard Santa Claus Fund.
He never even heard you.
No.
I said, I'm gonna name that fund, I'm gonna call it Uncle Richard Santa Claus.
So,
Library fund.
So I was getting it from this side saying, well, it looks like that library money's going into the urban complex, so that's why I didn't hear you. This is almost elder abuse here.
It's a good thing it's not your day yet.
I was just curious as to why I didn't see that. I saw those other buildings and we've been working on the library a lot longer than we have those other buildings, so I was curious. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I appreciate the question for sure. I do want to kind of highlight too, we do kind of play in a moving market in this realm, right? Like we are kind of, when we look at external grants, we're talking about that we want 50, the target is that 50% of our $10 million is going to come from external grants. Well, that fully lets us or makes us tied to both the province and the federal government, right? So one of the things that we saw in the provincial budget, budget 21, was a reduction to MSI. They cut it in half, right? So we used to get 4 million, we now only get 2 million. That'll move into the local, MSI ends at the end of next year, becomes the new local government fiscal framework. As Councillor Oster mentioned, lots of acronyms in this, but that is now the LGFF. So MSI dies, LGFF comes in, and we don't know the exact specifics to our allocation yet, projecting though that it'll remain in roughly that $2 million range. Formula is very different than what we're looking at right now, but the hope is that'll still be in that range. So, like we say, we kind of build a 5-year budget based on, and a 5-year cash flow or 10-year cash flow based on all the things we know at that point in time. But as those factors change over the life of that plan, then obviously we have to change with it. So, while we build a plan, all that is to say is that while we build this plan the best that we can, it does have to be living every year where we continually reevaluate it based on the next 12 months for what we know at that point in time.
So administratively, we've had discussions about looking into the crystal ball, and I truly believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, how it'll be an 80-20 split. It'll be 80% municipal and 20% grant. It's going to be less and less. And if I'm wrong, that's good. That's good. Hopefully it keeps to be the 50-50, but it's they're becoming harder and harder, particularly for rural municipalities. So it more will be 80-20, 75-25. And so how we do business and how we fund projects are totally going to change and evolve than how it was in the past.
If there's no other questions on just the general overview, then we'll move into the kind of the actual details of the 5-year plan. So the only thing, again, we'll kind of go through each section individually, being roads and bridges, utilities, as water and sewer, and then buildings and structures. I'll go in more detail on 2023 since that's obviously the year 1 of this 5-year plan. And then I'll let you guys somewhat direct kind of how far we want to go in through 24 through 27. I do want to kind of note, like we said, the goal is to kind of keep target projects at around $10 million per year for 23, remembering that we are rolling forward about $13 million of projects that will still be completed in 23 from budget 22. So if we talked actual cash outflow next year, we could look at about $20 million of actual cash outflow next year. So just to say that if something moves up in the plan, we have to be cognizant that that means something else probably needs to move down in the plan. All right, so when we look at roads and bridges we'll just start with roads and bridges, kind of just an overview of how this is laid out. Like we said, each section starts at priority number 1 under each area, gives the area that they're in, more specifics on location, kind of what it currently is, what the recommended solution or recommended correction will be. You've got traffic counts there for each that's relevant with. Is it a bus route, total length, the budget estimate here, which is that is the budget that then administration would adhere to. So by approving the plan, you're also setting the budget that administration would adhere to as we move forward into construction of these different items. New this year, we've added an approval type. So if you see that column there, the ones that are non-conditional, council saying yes, just go ahead. You're free to complete those based on that budget. That's what we're expecting. If it's conditional, then the notes column to the right of it will say what it's conditional on. So if it's listed as conditional, we'll see the first one that's conditional is conditional on administration securing STIP funding for a bridge. So if administration is unsuccessful in securing STIP funding, which would be a 75-25 split, then it would return to council, and council would have the ability to say, okay, we didn't get STIP funding, but we want to go ahead with it anyway. But the approval that administration has is simply to proceed at that budget on the assumption that the grant funding is secured. Does that make sense to everyone? Kind of the layout makes sense? We're good with that? All right, if we look at 23's roads and bridges. We've got 4 roads and 4 bridges here. All 4 of the roads are considered non-conditional, so these are roads that administration proposes to complete. They're not dependent on any external funding. They're fully internally funded or external projects that have already gained external funding approval. The top priority is a portion of Township Road 120 from Highway 3 to Range Road 65. In addition, there is maps, and hopefully everybody should have a package with the priorities numbered as well that give a bit of a visual support on what we're looking at as well. And you'll find in the top right corner that they have all the priority numbers, so they should line up straight across. I won't dig super deep into each. The visual is there, the information is there. I'll kind of highlight a few. So when we look at priority number 3 under roads and bridges, that's a project that ties to a utility project. So in Schuler, it's recommended here to do a force main in both Schuler and Irvin that builds onto the lift stations that's being done at both of those facilities as well. So kind of an extension of maybe a phase 2, we could call it, of those projects, of the 2 lift station projects, to now also do the force mains. Will give them full infrastructure for that type of, for the sewer related infrastructure in those 2 areas. So that road is only being proposed based on the force main reconstruction, right? It's not being done because of high traffic counts or other reasons, right? That road's being done in coordination with the force main. So just so you know, those projects are denoted with a little asterisk or a star, just to say that obviously council, you can't approve one without approving the other. If we're doing the force mains, we have to do the road, just to kind of add some clarity to that.
Shane?
I'd like to put a little halt on this. We got to put anything that's tying into Highway 3 on hold, because we got to bring in transportation. It's no use paving anything there when it's going to get wiped out in a year or 2. Highway 320 is becoming a real force. It's being a big push, and it's going to come sooner than we think. We're going to be really lobbying the government to start buying the land, because without the land we can't build. But once the land is built, we want to build. And Highway 3 from Tabor to Burdett is going. I believe the contractor has been picked, and they should be starting first thing in the spring. All the land has been bought, and it's a go. So we got to put on hold anything that ties into Highway 3 for now. And another issue that I'm going to bring up is with some of this paving, that we condense it, so we don't end up with these little jobs that we end up with a contractor out there with their little Tonka toys trying to pack a truck route. We seen what happened when we did the 120. We waited, and we had bids come in from all the way from Whitecourt on it. If we keep it too small, we take away anybody coming in, and then we don't get the value and that we're getting. And so on some of our paving, I'd like to see us congest it so we save it and that we have a good paving project in 1 year of doing a bunch of them, because if they come in, they'll move around a bit. I mean, it showed when we did the 120, we threw in Empress with it, and we got a good price up there. If we would have just put that Empress by itself, Ken, you can probably back this, we would have paid double for paving up there, easy. So, I mean, I'm really pushing that we condense our paving projects so we can let a good one out. And Highway 3, we got to back off until we can have transportation sitting there beside Terrell Inn explaining, where they really want to go with it. Which side, I mean, even if they're, the one piece here on 65 on the south side, well, if they know they're going on the north side, okay, then we can, pave the south part because they won't be touching it. But if
Then you
depends on
want to
which
do it
side.
all as one big package, so.
Yeah. But remember, if you think that after paving and doing Highway 3, that we could get that contractor to pave our roads, it depends where he comes out of. If they come out of a government, of Alberta Transportation pit, they are not allowed to do other work except for Alberta Transportation. So you won't get the benefit of that contractor doing that little piece, just to let you know.
Richard?
So Travis, I don't think you were here when I did my report, but Jeffrey and I were at the Economic Development Summit at the college, and that's when the executive director of Highway 3 brought up the fact that they're waiting for the city to choose one of those 4 routes, and so that's why this is kind of, maybe, and staff didn't know about that. So that's probably why Shane is saying, we better put that on hold, right? And I don't know, maybe let's put in some more bridges or something if we get the funding.
Meantime.
Or a building?
I mean, we can fix the oil, but spend the money on maybe a bridge or something until we know exactly where Highway 3 is going. But I do agree, I mean, eventually it has to be done.
Are we messing you up there, or?
No,
you need
I would
this
offer.
information that,
I would offer that this is presented for council's consideration. This is administration's recommendation, but ultimately council's decision on where and when these where you want them to fit into your 5-year plan, ultimately is your decision. So presented for you in our best recommendation, but available for discussion in your deliberation.
okay. Oh, Kim?
Thank you, through the chair. So we did package a lot of these in that we were actually measuring, because we had 2022 projects, paving projects, that we didn't proceed with because of packaging. And so that's why some of these, and so like the first one, that was tied to a council motion on the EDF line that's coming in from 40 Mile. Interfriend, sorry, wrong company. And so once that line goes in, we're going to have a little more difficult of time than to do the construction in there. And so that's why that one. But this could be approved conditionally if council sees fit, conditionally upon after the meeting with transportation. Because if you go through this, a lot of the plans are tied into that infrastructure. So if that's something that council wants to see, is have conditionally approved until after that meeting, then that's something that we could do.
And also with MSI coming to an end, projects with MSI need to be completed by the end of 23. So if there's something that we're going to hold off on, we need to use MSI funding on another project. We have to do that, or we'll lose it. So, and we have lots of infrastructure that needs some love. So that's one thing that we need to be aware of as well. So for example, so the Highway 3, like priority 1, that's MSI. So that if that's, we're holding off, then we need to reallocate where we're going to be put that funding. Make sense?
But can we, like Kim said, can we get the meeting set up right away so this still could be potentially for this year?
But no, because we know Highway 3 is coming. So why do we want to, why don't we focus this money on a different one? Because we know it's going to be coming here shortly. Even, it may not be in year 1 or 2 here, but it's coming. So why do we want to spend that money and have them come and rip it out then? And how far back do you go if you just only want to do part of it? Why can't we got a lot of bridges, we got other roads that aren't tied into it that we could maybe move up and switch them around.
I don't disagree with you, but Kim had said that this one, because of that line coming in, they won't be able to do the work properly with the line in the way. With that being a factor, that's why I said.
Well, the line's going to be Highway 3. What are they going to do with it?
I don't know. That's why I'm.
I mean,
That's why the recommendation was maybe we schedule that meeting and then we can change those things after. But if they don't know the alignment and don't know if they're taking the north side or south side, then I guess we're better off to shift it 3, 4, 5 years down, I guess.
do you know, have you heard really which side, anything, through the grapevine?
There's no, nothing.
It's going north,
They switch at times, yeah, I know.
not anywhere between 1 and 7, it's all north.
Well, we're all just guessing right now, so do we want to move this around then and use it so we can use the MSI money up? Because we have to use that up in 2023, correct? So we need to figure out what we're going to do with that money. Richard?
So my comment would be, when you have that meeting, you need the airport authority there, because they got to tell you what their plan is for the runway. You need the city there, and you need Alberta Transportation and yourself. So this is not going to get, this will be a really interesting meeting. Yeah, Richard, not much going on. Yes.
The little piece around the city there doesn't affect this road.
Yeah, it does.
No, it don't. Way out here by Brad's, you're back online.
You
that time.
No, you still want to know the alignment, that it's going into the city.
I know, but it doesn't affect this piece.
That's for future. We don't have any paperwork to prove anything, so. Okay, so
I might just to offer one of the things that our Director of Public Works had commented on. One of the things administration did focus on, as was mentioned, was aligning. A good example of it is the first one, where 2021's plan, actually projects that we carried forward were Range Road 61A and 63. And so when we aligned those with the project on Range Road 65, that was the idea, was to put that bigger package together of doing 61, 63, and 65 all as one shot. Dunmore, you'll see something very similar where the Dunmore expansion, we've aligned the road work with the utility work, with the lighting work, all in select years so that you've got bigger lump sum projects. It might be broken down into smaller pieces, like it may have a road component and a water component, right? So it might have smaller budgets to each side, but constructively, when we would tender them, they would be all tendered as one concept. So, although some of the numbers are only, say, 250,000, which is relatively on the lighter end for a full road project, which can range up to 7 to 10 million, some of the smaller ones do group together in similar areas. So that was a consideration when administration worked together to lay out the 5-year plan. But certainly other factors definitely feed into, so just for consideration.
Okay. So do you just want to present this whole thing to us and then or do you want to do changes as we go along, or what?
Well, it's almost, it's kind of a balance as we look at, I think the one that does interrelate, like I say, is probably more the roads and bridges, more so, like the buildings are very standalone, right? They're more individualistic. The water and sewer are likely more individualistic in the sense that one doesn't necessarily need to move up or down, right? They're a little bit on their own, whereas probably more the discussion does have to focus around the roads and bridges, that concept around if council's comfortable with these items. If we're not comfortable with, say, the first one, we could bump it down a year kind of preemptively. What I would probably echo is the bigger targets for me, from administration's point of view, is to probably keep that target construction in that 10 million range. As far as total construction, keep that around 10 million. And then from there, I would say administration then kind of has the ability, if we have to move the funding around on which ones we're going to apply for a grant versus which one we're going to do out of the reserve to make sure that we hit grant deadlines, then at least we've got that opportunity. Administration can have that flexibility to align those projects to make sure that we fully utilize all the grant dollars. But I think from my point of view, the bigger focus is to make sure that council's got the projects prioritized in the right years that you guys really want them in, and then administration can target on funding them appropriately. And the worst, in that case, the worst thing that happens is we have to come back to you in March or April and say, we have more funding than we had initially allocated. We want to do an extra project that was in year 2 or 3 or 4. We want to do it in year 1, versus us coming to you and saying, unfortunately, we didn't get the funding we wanted. We got to defer these now to the future. So I think those are certainly fair conversations. But if you wanted to preemptively move something down a year with other factors now being considered, I think that's fair.
So you would just take the first 2 on the next year and just swap them for this one because they're about the same money, so you stay within your $10 million.
Yeah, you could make that, could consider that.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does.
So if we took 2023 and 2024 and swapped the first 2, it's pretty close to the same cash, and you're in the same, and that gives us a year to find out about that Highway 3. Works for Public Works? Okay. Yeah, I was waiting for that statement. It's all about Dunmore. So before we go any further here, I have another question, and this was to everybody because we talked about it earlier with the cap. We're doing cap for playgrounds. Why do we have this $100,000 playground in this? Should it not come out of cap instead of coming out of this?
Well, it would be funded from, it's capital, so it'll be in your capital budget, but your funding, which source would be from cap, your cap reserve.
Welcome, because it says
Yes.
reserves in here.
Yeah, so,
So that, instead of reserves, would be the cap reserve?
yeah, so you could, yes,
Okay.
For clarity.
it's capital.
Yeah, you would have to clear, if you want it from the cap reserve, we would have to clearly state cap reserve. But,
Yep.
It should be out of that one, the aggregate one, correct? That's cap.
Community aggregate payment.
Yeah, that's easy.
Kim?
Priority 5 in 2024, or sorry, priority 6 would also potentially be cap funded because that's the road going to the 4 or 5 gravel pits there too.
Oh, we got to figure out MSI funding out of that, don't we? Are these ones MSI fundable, the first 2 of next year?
Yeah, they would be.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay.
MSI is very flexible because anything that benefits your municipality, what council sees fit, so it's fairly flexible. Other ones have a lot of strings attached, that one does not. And we don't know what the new LGFF is going to be, but hopefully it's very similar in nature.
So this, with number 6, you're just going to oil it again? Or is that going to be paved?
It's going to be a pave job.
Oh, there it is, okay. Yep.
Mr. Head of Public Works, that cap, community aggregate payment, not for roads.
Actually, the Alberta Gravel and Sand Association is going to change the cap funding because municipalities aren't spending it on roads. So they're going to make a requirement to spend it on roads going to gravel pits for a nuisance. So they're kind of upset of how municipalities have been spending the money, so they're reallocating it to make it more specific on, to benefit the producers.
Oh, that changed from when we first brought it in then. Sorry, I didn't know that.
So the question I would have there is, so that going past the elevator in Dunmore could essentially go into that too, because that also supports a gravel pit. So we could use cap funding for paving. Well, that's exciting.
I have a question.
Yep.
If they're changing the cap funding to use for roads, whereas now we use it for recreation and parks and stuff, is that going to change what we already have in our reserve for cap funding that we're using for that kind of stuff?
Through the chair. No, they just want to break it down so it's not, because I'll be a little more specific. They're saying that some municipalities, more of the urbans, are using 100% for recreation, and they just want to see more of a balance so that there's some benefits to producers, some benefits to the community, so that it's spread out a little bit better that way.
I was just curious if it was going to change what we already have in the cap funding.
Like the contribution that we're going to get? Is that what you mean?
Well, like, we're using it for the tennis courts, say in Hilda, right?
Yep.
And that's a recreational thing.
Yep.
We have to change it for roads. Is that going to affect the way we can spend what is already there?
Not at this time. As long as it's a balanced, what's being spent is balanced. So it's $250 a year. We approximately get, there's 800 in there right now.
So here's something for rest of my council members to maybe consider, is with all the activity going into all these windmills and solar panels and all the gravel leaving, and we got it set at 25 cents, and we can move it to 45, unless they upped it, did they up it anymore? Or 40. Do we, come budget time, up our rate for that, if we're gonna start using it for paving on some of these roads? And at 240, that is just not gonna be used for recreation. Just a thought for everybody to think about.
But you can only pave the road going to the gravel pit. Is that gravel pits?
Well, you can use it
a
for,
regular road.
right, anything that, that would have a direct result of that gravel pit. So it could be 5 miles down the road, like you might go in front of a school, for example, and there's just gravel trucks going constantly. So they just want to have a positive effect for gravel producers.
Richard?
But any gravel that is used on a municipal road does not pay the cap levy.
Correct.
Any gravel that's used on a municipal road does not pay the cap levy. So, right? If it's used for municipal purposes, there's no levy.
No, that's not correct.
It's not?
Yeah, that's not correct.
did not know that.
We pay the cap levy. Anything that's bought pays the cap levy. Anything that the county produces, and it depends upon our own bylaw. Travis might have to specify on that. But I think anything that the county produces on their own, in their own gravel source, does not pay the cap levy. But anything else that we purchase from external parties, even for our own purposes, we pay a cap levy.
I was wrong on that, thank you.
I have, like, I can email it to everybody. I have that pictorial of how it works, like if it's for municipal or private, I have that and it explains it. We send, it's actually, it's very visual and it's really good for how it goes, because it's not easy. It's got some different parameters, so.
So, okay, on this one we're talking about paving here, we've talked about paving it before, but we talked about putting a levy on for the 3 businesses there. Are we still thinking about doing that, or we're just going to go ahead and do this? Or what was the plan on that?
I believe if we use the cap levy, then they are paying the levy. That's where it's.
One is. Now you have a grain elevator that's not paying.
That's correct. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to work on something. And also, just to back this up a little bit, that road was based for pavement, was it 10 years ago there, Ken? About 10 years ago. kind of like the old TransCanada, they were planning on paving it. And so a lot of the base work and then the engineering has all been completed, so it's just,
Just to put the
yeah.
pavement on.
And it was resource road funding because of the elevator.
Shane?
So when we're talking about this funding, and we got this, what happens with our, if we all of a sudden we got some businesses, we got to build this road and pave and water and sewer quickly here into our Dunmore Junction area. Do we have money set aside that all of a sudden somebody comes and says, I want to build, but I need this now, not a year or two down the road? Do we have that funding? Will that fit in anywhere?
So land development, there's $1 million put in into the reserves last year. There will need to be further funds put into reserves for that. But at this time, we don't have funds to develop that land.
Is that something we could borrow on to
Yep.
develop that?
You get debenture, yep.
No, just, don't want to be able to say, no, we got to wait 2 years.
Kim?
Sorry, just one more thing. One of the things that Terralyn and Travis were talking about earlier is when we do a 5-year budget, so this will allow them to start working on engineering and that stuff for future years, so they can start working on that funding because they've got that conditionally approval. So then they can work on grants and funding and stuff. So that was part of this proposal.
Yeah, just to add clarity to that, what the motion was 2 parts, so Terralyn had mentioned that at the beginning. The first part does enact administration to begin all of these projects in year 1, and then it allocates up to 10% of all projects listed in years 2 through 5, so that administration can begin actual engineering on those projects, do the preliminary work, so that construction actually is ready to happen in these years. And then we, like this year where we're seeing 4 projects worth $13 million rolling forward to next year, because they were in the current year plan, we only got to engineering this year. The idea is that this would actually be construction year, so that by the time year 3 comes, those projects are already engineered, they're ready to go. It's just tendering the project, getting it done. You're ready to kind of hit the ground running now in those years. So that's kind of the second part of the motion.
Okay, no problem. Geez, Richard, when I look through all these years, I don't see a library in there.
It is in there, but it's conditional.
Where was that?
2023.
Oh.
Priority for.
Urban Library and Community Center.
Oh, boy. It was there.
It is there.
Thank you.
Imagine that. That 24 is a long ways away. You gonna make it too?
You guys keep thinking I'll be here.
Okay, go ahead, Travis.
I was going to say, with that, like that project specifically, the urban library building is conditional on grant funding. That's one I think that we would kind of earmark and say, if we get partway through 23 and we say, oh, well, we do have MSI funds left, some of these projects aren't going to be able to go ahead or complete by the deadline, where you might see us come back in March and say, hey, you know what, we've got additional funds available. We'd like to pull that project from 24 and bring it into year 1 of the plan. But that leaves administration that flexibility to make those recommendations kind of throughout the year as we see numbers kind of come together throughout the year.
Well, we all know that I'm giving Richard a hard time, but I know we've got these 2 buildings in next year for the fire halls. That library was talked about long before the fire halls were talked about. So if it is MIS or MSI funding, NCSI, yeah. Maybe we should be looking at changing that up. And I hate to say it out loud because the old boy might have a heart attack, but maybe the library should go in first.
Did you get that, Anna?
Go ahead.
One thing with those buildings, it wasn't necessarily just about them being a fire hall, it was to work as those remote grader camps as well, and that cut a bunch of money off us roading graders and stuff all year round. That was the main kind of objective behind it. It just kind of worked to make them both together, that it was a good fit. That was kind of the thought behind that.
It did, but it also came in at $600,000 was the original estimate on the fire hall, and now we're up to double on the one. So I understand what you're saying, but try to be fair across the board. Maybe one gets done next year, and we're still doing something in Irvin, but
I thought we weren't looking at MSI for the library.
well, we're looking at
Other
funding,
funding sources for that besides MSI.
but we need to use, there isn't any other funding, and we need to use up the MSI in the next year. So actually, if you look at those first two that come off, there's $860,000 right there out of MSI funding. Oh, I guess we substituted that for the next year, so that doesn't work.
It saved 200,000.
Whatever work we want. She is a live document that we can pick and choose the priority of.
Yeah, well,
Pick something out of the list if we want.
we could get Richard all excited and then say no.
If that's all it's going to take.
No, it's just a thought. We have talked about it for years. This other came up. I know we're going to save money on it. We do have a chance for MSI funding to get it. It's grant funded. That's what we said we were going to fund it with, so maybe we should be looking at it that way. Oh, that hurt.
You don't know how much you've wrecked his presentation.
You brought it here to be changed around, didn't you? Do you want to keep going?
All right, so I think for clarity too, I think what we see is, as we talk kind of on some of these other projects that could come in, I think one of the things that is kind of key or important is that although there's $10 million already in 23 here, if we kind of look through, about half of it is conditional, that administration is only asking council for conditional approval. So like we say, what might happen, and I have clarity on the dates here, but when we do the STIP the STIP applications, we may find out that unfortunately none of those 3 bridges that we're applying for STIP funding actually get picked up, which would drop the total construction value next year by $2.5 million, coincidentally the same value of a potential library-esque type facility.
Library.
That's right.
Easy.
So there is kind of moving pieces, but as we get those applications in, we'll get more clarity. And that's why I kind of say that it does live and breathe even throughout the year. Although we approve the plan for the next 12 months, as we get those grant applications in, we'll find out if they get approved or not. If they don't, then we'll react and make different recommendations to council. MSI, no different. Come February, March, we'll have a lot more clarity on where our current balance is at, where some of the projects we have submitted are at, if we feel those can be completed, if we feel they maybe can't be completed by the December 31st deadline. Obviously, it might be a little late to kind of sneak in a full library build in 9 months, but I think the biggest thing is that we get the right projects in the right years based on where council ideally sees them fitting, right? And then we react as things come up throughout those years. So I will move on from roads and bridges. We'll keep those as is for the time being. We did make the switch, so priority 1 and 2 move to 24, and priority 5 and 6 will move to 23. That will change, in those projects that we're moving to 23 will be MSI eligible. I've also, kind of as we jumped around, just so everyone has the notes, on buildings and structures with regard to Sandy Point's campground, I have noted that that will be cap levy funded now, so it will come from the cap reserve. And Tara Lynn had mentioned cap reserve generates about $250,000 a year. It does change based on what production is going on in community and that kind of thing, but about $250,000 a year. It is currently sitting at about $800,000, so that's what that reserve is at. We've only got a couple projects that have come out of that over the last 3 years, so it's one that council kind of has in the back pocket to use for specific projects that it's eligible for. Okay, if we look at utilities, so we already talked about this a little bit, but building off of the lift stations that are in 22's capital plan, we've got 2 force mains that are now proposed in 23. And then in 24, you would see a larger connection. We've talked about the under the highway connection just up the road here. That would be penciled into 24. along with the looping connection through the neighborhoods in 24. So I would have to defer to PW there on details on the looping connection, but if anyone wants, we can certainly dive into a little more of the utilities discussion. I won't go super deep on the following years after that. Utilities does altogether have 9 projects altogether over the 5 years. We see a 7-persons project in 25, back to Irvin in 26, and then into Hilda and 7 persons in 27 on utilities. Some of that work in the later part in 26 and 27, the work is heavier maintenance. It's not a full replacement, but it's heavier maintenance that would be to extend the life of the Hilda and 7 persons equipment that's currently there, the infrastructure that's currently there. So we might not be, what you might see on this plan is not always full replacements. Last year, I think it was last year, we did the 7 persons clear well refurbishment, which was a project that was about 70,000, but added 10 years to the life of that infrastructure, as opposed to doing $1 million replacement. So other things that you'll see, that work in 27 is penciled in as kind of heavier repair work on that equipment. Any thoughts or comments on the utility section, projects that council would like to see added, removed, or changed around there? Anything that's missing that council can think of?
I think utilities is just whatever needs to be done.
It is what it is,
Really.
yeah. Yeah. It's one that to Suffield, just so you guys know, the project that carries forward from utilities, like we said, the 2 lift stations as well as the Suffield raw water line continues to carry forward from 2015-ish, still again pending provincial funding and pending full resolution of outcomes there and how that will come together. All right, buildings and structures. When we look at buildings and structures, we've got 3 items already penciled in for 23. The Sandy Point Campground, like we said, will now be cap reserve, and then 7 persons in Irvin multi-use fire and public works shared buildings. Those are targeted for MSI. We talked about kind of on the strategy earlier is that we don't have sufficient funding in the building reserve to replace those. That's why MSI funding is being proposed for each of those 2 constructions. They are a large step, not a step up, but a change, and a little bit of a change in the level of service that council currently offered, right, to the current structures that were there. So that's why MSI funding is being proposed for those. Irvin does have a library in 2024. A few things, I think administration has kind of looked at a few different options on how to utilize the funding. There's federal gas tax funding that might be available. It's only about $400,000 a year, so it's not going to cover the whole portion, but it would be eligible for that. MSI, again, $2 million a year would be, that is a project that would be MSI eligible. It is MSI eligible, yeah. It doesn't say it, but it is MSI eligible.
Blaine?
Well, and first I think it aligns with what we just talked about earlier about the funding and stuff to start with. If the funding comes through that the library board is working on, I think it'd be imperative to carry on with the project. And whether we get it from the MSI funding by delaying some other projects and moving this one up. And the second thing is, it's probably only going to come in at around $1 million, or, I mean, we're budgeted $1.5 million right now on our projection that we did with, whatchamacallit there. What was his name? Rodermans or whatever. John Rodermans. So.
That's with the tourist information.
Yeah, that's with the tourist information. If we continue with that whole project that way, right?
Jeffrey?
Just an idea here to help out the Irvin Library. I know that there is a portion of the outside of the library where there would be maybe a little bit of playground equipment or some landscaping done that would be basically kind of like a small park area. And so money in place of municipal reserve is collected on subdivisions so that because we don't necessarily want parks and playgrounds, in the rural area where these subdivisions are occurring. So we collect that money, but it has to be used specifically for parks and playground purposes. So maybe there's a portion of money in place of municipal reserve that could be used to help fund the costs of whatever the outside area of the library is, where, where it would be basically for like a playground area, and that would qualify to be used for money in place municipal reserve funds. So that's something to keep in mind, is that When we're talking about like things like the tennis courts, the Sandy Point Park campground, playground equipment, maybe the library playground equipment, that money in place of municipal reserve funds would be eligible for that.
What kind of funds do we have in that one?
And it's nice if we actually do use, I know in the past we've used some of that money for things like the paved recreation paths and trails, right? And some of the other parks that we've created. It's nice if the money gets kind of spread around to different areas of the county for the same reason that we talked about with the cap funding, because what it does show too is that, when the developer is complaining and saying, well, why do I got to pay this money in place of municipal reserve? Well, it's because we don't necessarily want a park and a playground where you're creating your subdivision, but we do want to use that funds in other areas where it is desirable. And if we can spread it around the county, that makes it, or shows that we are, utilizing it throughout the whole municipality.
Well, that might help you a little bit.
That was the only funds we actually, funding method that we had back before we did the cap. We used that money for the 7-persons playground. We used it out of Durban because we had no other source, right? But now we haven't had to tap into that, so that's a great reminder.
Mr. Chairman, the balance in that account is about $390,000. Council did use that for the Dunmore Rink development. $100,000 was used out of that fund for the Dunmore Rink.
Yeah, well, you're catching on.
So about $380,000 in money in place in municipal reserve.
If you guys would just write notes at nighttime and write that down 100 times, you'd learn it.
So it's just, I didn't like the wording, pending full funding, because if we would have acted when we should have, we would have the full funding. The money would be in place if we'd have done this, started a little bit, as I said, 5 years ago. So I really struggle with that wording.
Well, and if it wasn't at 2 million, if it was down around the million or 1.5 million, if you might be able to get it done.
So it can be amended, say $1 million or $1.5 million or $2 million, whatever you guys would like to have in there.
So if we decided to put $1 million on it and put it in there, it would be done.
Yeah, this is your document. So you guys, this is your document, you approve it, and then we take it and run with it. So this is your document. So if you don't like the wording on something, easily amend it. Like we just create the document, a draft document, and you guys approve it. And so then we spend the money and get the projects done.
Go ahead.
That's how it goes.
So if we can, so if we want to go ahead with the urban project, if we can put it down to $1 million then, and then have it as a conditional, right?
Come out of MSI fund.
Or whatever, with reserves, conditional with reserves, and then we can start carrying forward with this instead of keep talking about it.
So would you like to fund it from, move it up to this year? And then, is that what you guys are thinking, to move it up to 23
Kind of what I've been hearing.
and fund it from MSI? The library?
There we go. We don't need MSI
So
funding.
$1 million
Funded by
in,
Dustin
is
Vossler.
that cool? Million in 23, funded from MSI, and it is non-conditional then?
Non-conditional.
And for clarification, 1 million even? Is that where you want the budget at? 1 million even? Or do you want it at
1 million.
was it 1.5?
So if it so we can run with it. If it comes over $1 million, then when we need to put the brakes on and come back and to you
Well,
guys
if he
for
needs
that.
stuff for his playground and stuff, he can come the other way to get that. This is $1 million for the building
And then grading.
and the grading, yeah. Does that make sense?
Travis, can you put in there
Your
the
own
building
one.
and grading and stuff? Thank you. And then move it up to 23?
Everybody's, I'm gonna call him Ernest pretty soon. Go ahead, Floyd. No? You're good? Keith, you got anything?
And then the cap funding also for that one frees up 500,000. Yep.
So does that keep you under your 10 million, or do we have to move one down?
I think you're going to be just over the 10, but I think we'll be okay. I think we've got enough external funding that we need to utilize next year that we'll be okay. That you're not, you're not going to push cash flows too far.
And those,
Million is just a guide.
It is.
It's just a guide. And so, because you don't want to have 1 year 10, 1 year 30, next year 5. So keeping it at 10, 11, 1 year might go down to 9, might be a 13, go down to 8. That's fine. It's, our goal though is to keep it around that 10.
and that 2.5 million in bridges, we applied for that 2.5 million last year, same bridges, and we were unsuccessful. So that,
You're trying to get it this year.
well, hopefully, but depends upon the government. I heard they didn't give very many bridge funding last year, so like hardly anybody.
Okay. Richard?
So here's the challenge. If you're supposed to try and do a completed project on that library, but let's say the internet, I think the number came in around 50 grand. Hopefully, whatever direction we go, it might be cheaper. Through the chair, what was the water and sewer tie-in? Was it around 20 or 30,000? Because you also had done the proposed fire hall grader shed at the same time.
Yeah, I think the utility tie-in depends upon which location, is between 30 and 50. Just depends on where. But a fire hall tie-in would be more because it's a larger size pipe than.
Larger size pipe. So, and with that, maybe we have to put a transformer on that corner. Like, there could be $100,000 that could be taken out of this building budget.
Talk you out of a building.
No, but I just mean, we have prices in on that building that's $1.5 million, but that doesn't include utilities and the tie-ins. So I just want to be cautious here that those improvements, or not improvements, but those services have to also be coming from somewhere as far as funding.
Whatever number you guys like to put, and
Yeah, like I can't leave the doors off the building. You gotta have a roof on there, so. Huh? No, but it's
20, 30.
definitely probably 1.5.
Well, I thought you were going to take the tourist part out of it.
We are, but if we're gonna be paying for some of those services, if we went to $1.5 million and we didn't use it all, that would be great, right?
Didn't you just get $1 million? Just got $1 million and now you're never happy, are you?
I won't agree twice.
Even with that funding that Jeffrey talked about, which will help us out big time, but
Step on them.
we definitely we cannot ignore the cost of site servicing, okay? We just can't ignore that.
It's only $100,000.
Then,
Okay, your counterpart has.
I know, yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't want to step on your toes, but I fully feel that the goal of this thing was to be partly funded by grants and stuff, and I mean, we need to be successful with our grants on what the library board is after. So between that and the MSI funding, I cannot see why we cannot build this for your $1.5 million. But I think as far as money that the council is going to throw in, I think $1 million is enough. Without stepping on your toes.
Through the chair, it's just
Bring some 2x4s down from the hill.
when we have a lot of what-ifs with MSI funding, we can't have for this year. Otherwise, we write a check at the end of the year.
Yeah, we got to use the money up this year.
the project, like it has to be, we have to be moved in or driving on or pumping from before the end of December with these projects, not a just about.
23?
Oh, 23, yeah.
So what's in that for funding then? Do we know?
Yeah, the carry forward, we get about 2 million a year, and we've got one project right now that's previously been submitted at 2.7. There's some of the fluctuations, just we got to get an internally administration has to confirm if there's some of the projects that we've already submitted, Range Road 61, 63, Bull Trail, if these are projects that for sure can go ahead next year, once we know for sure if those can go ahead next year, if the answer is they can't, well, then we've got some that we need to spend, right? But presuming right now, operating on the assumption that those can go ahead next year, that they're fully anticipated to go ahead, then we would be fully allocated. But if something that we've submitted already, for some reason, at this point in time, unforeseen, that can't go ahead, then we would have now money available that we need to allocate to something.
And just to clarify, just going ahead isn't, we need to have it completed.
That's right.
Like, we can't be midstream. So like the Bull Trail, it's not going to be completed by the end of '23. So that's why we need to reallocate. Studies, environment. There's other, these need to be projects that are like, get her done. Exactly, and start shoveling real fast. Completed ready.
All right. So we're hammering this out again and again. Just put the library down as non-conditional, the other ones are conditional, and the money, MSI money will come in. Dustin said put the money down for the last time, he doesn't want to hear it again, so 1.5 and be done with it? Hopefully they come in under. 1.5, be done with it.
I feel like make Richard shut up.
You're starting to be earnest.
See, that was pretty good political work. There's a line there, you got to. We gotta quit.
Okay. Just to reconfirm, libraries moved to 2028.
2028?
Nobody caught. Sorry, Rich. I was just seeing if everyone was still awake after the discussion, making sure. All right, so just to kind of finish off kind of the 5-year plan, when we look to 25, 26, and 27 on buildings and structures, the items that we do have in here, we've got a salt shed out back. The salt shed that we do have was original. It's somewhere in the range of 30 to 40 years old, so the idea here is to finally replace that salt shed as well. The Dunmore Station, we've talked about enclosing the kind of the mezzanine area there, the top area, to make it more of a training space. So that's in here. Again, those are both conditional on external funding being fully received. In 26, we do expect that council will need to make some decisions in the 1-4 Elkwater area as to where exactly we foresee the fire and emergency services going in that area. I believe we currently lease a do we lease a 1-4 station? No, we own the 1-4 station, that's right. But expected that further development will be needed down there to determine if we do expect to keep that 1-4 station separate from the Elkwater station, then we will have to make a decision on where it's going to be housed. So decisions of the future that will have to be made. And in 27, we do still have Sandy Point Campground, upgrade kitchens and washrooms. We're not 100% sure yet on what the cost of that could be at this point. Haven't given it a budget, but I wanted it on the plan, so it's still noted. Just don't have exact details around the full vision around it. So if there's any building structures, those types of items that council would like to see added to the 5-year plan that they do not see currently, then please let us know and we'll add those. Other than that, that's probably all that I have.
Any questions on it? Are we good with it? That's, oh, who made the motion on it? I need. Do you remember who made the motion? Or Michelle did? Lloyd did, yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
As amended. Okay, so there's two motions here. So council is moving this infrastructure and construction plan as amended. Do we have to change the number on that then? Or just amended with that 1.5? Okay. 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 Good with that? Are you sure you want to make a comment at this point?
I just want to thank staff for this great job of the presentation. I mean, we ask questions and it might scare you or put you on edge, but it really helps us when we go talk to the ratepayers, right? Because they want to know where their tax dollars are going, for, where it's going at, and they want to know how far ahead we're planning. Well, you guys are doing that for us. And it's really, really good that we can see what you're doing or what's the plan is in the future. So it's important. It makes us better politicians.
Well, you're definitely politicking today. Any other questions or comments? Vote. Carried. All right, second part of the motion. Blaine's making a second part. Let's put the 10-year into the 5-year. That's to add that 10% so they can start doing their engineering over the 5-year plan.
So we truly are shovel ready. That's the goal. Because right now we're not. We're not.
So they're shovel ready to go. Okay. Any questions? Vote. All right. Get back to my original plan. That's carried. All right, we'll take a 10-minute fresh air check break. All right, Lloyd's making the motion to go in camera. Vote. Meeting is adjourned.
After those two bad news bears, I was thinking we were gonna have to have a drink.